on the Hill said, in numerous countries, thousands upon thousands of people have been protesting vaccine mandates and passports. In Italy, thousands of people have been protesting the country's Green Pass. These protests have been going on for weeks now, and Italy is showing no sign of letting up, despite the fact that over 80% of the population is vaccinated. It's interesting because I've not yet seen any data that outlines what the target percentage is, or what would represent a solution, a satisfactory number of people having had the procedure. Always interesting as well to see the names. Green Pass. They often come up with names that are sort of like friendly. Here's your little cuddle bunion. Here's your little chummy pocket pal. And like as if you're getting coffees, and if you get another one, you get another little stamp. And at the end of it, it's a big bonus coffee. On Friday, Italy set a new bar for major Western democracies seeking to move beyond the pandemic by enacting a sweeping law that requires the nation's entire workforce, public and private, to have government-issued health passes, essentially forcing Italians to choose between getting a pass and earning a living. Many people that I know and listen to have no strong opinion, like me, on the coronavirus, its severity, or the implications around the medical procedures associated with it, but are instead interested in the type of regulations that are being introduced, that mandate, that take away a person's free will as to whether or not to have the procedure. That's what concerns a lot of people. With this step, Italy is the first to cross a new threshold. Italy's measures now stand as some of the toughest among Western democracies. Under Italy's new rules, those who do not have a green pass must take unpaid leave. Employers are responsible for verifying the certificates. Workers risk fines of up to €1,500 or about $1,700 for not complying. So this is a pretty serious imposition. Wherever you stand on those medical procedures, surely you have to acknowledge this is a unique situation. And to take a unique stance, you would need, I think, data that solidly underwrites the necessity for those kind of new measures. You would have to believe that the problem requires this solution. What do you think? For the past 6 weeks, thousands of Swiss citizens have taken to the streets to protest mandates. Whenever anything happens in Switzerland, I always think, you're meant to be neutral. Why are you being a bit more neutral about it? I don't mean anything against you, Swiss people. I'm only mucking about. But it's interesting to think that there are now mandates being introduced in Switzerland, Italy. Good luck trying that in France. They'll have a revolution and put up bus fares by Enfant. Amsterdam has seen widespread protests with people carrying signs that read, QR is going too far. Israel sparked widespread protests after the country announced their third booster shot is required for their green pass to be valid in order to be considered fully vaccinated and allowed into most indoor venues. I'm hearing more and more of this kind of legislation and regulation being passed, and there's no doubt that it could be said that that will create a multiply tiered society. In a way, though, these tiers already exist. It's called economic inequality. There's lots of people that can't go anywhere because they're poor. And I bet you'll find that a lot of those people, not because vaccine costs money, but because of complex social, economic and personal conditions, mean that it's not really an option. Who do you think will suffer most as a result of these kind of mandates? Will it be affluent, rich, wealthy people around the world who can afford multiple complex solutions to any problem? Or will it be ordinary people? The reason that this legislation troubles me is because I think the people that will be most negatively impacted by it are the people that have the most to lose already and are under the most social and economic pressure already. You'll note that that issue is entirely adjacent, outside of the issues of whether or not those procedures are successful. Necessary. These are all subjects that don't need to be discussed right here. I prefer to focus on the power of the state, the power of corporations, and the interlocking of those two institutional powers and the way they negatively impact the lives of ordinary people. And for this, you can look at precedents outside of this novel and relatively recent issue. France, get ready. France has seen non-stop protests for some time now, even before COVID. They're already angry. What's that? What? Nothing. Well, it's not good enough. The French protests are now over vaccine mandates. Luxembourg citizens protested against their version of a COVID pass. Protesters were all dressed in white, carrying white balloons. I like how people around the world do it better. People in Luxembourg, life is so sort of magnificent, I always assume, because I can't separate Luxembourg from luxury. And then when you hear that they're protesting with white balloons, like it's an opera. Oh, we against these passes. Release the balloons. Thousands of Greek citizens have taken to the streets for the past few months to protest the country's COVID passports and mandates. Some healthcare workers are required by law to be vaccinated, and Greek citizens who are fully vaccinated are issued freedom passports. Don't that get on your nerves when people call things stuff like freedom passport? There's your freedom passport. What does it do? Restricts your freedom and forces you to do stuff? Thank you, sweet freedom passport. Romanians have been protesting against COVID. Thousands of people took to the streets with signs that read freedom without certificates. There have also been big protests across Australia and New York City. We found it quite difficult to find footage about this. There's some footage on major news network. Let's have a look at how this is being reported.
Freedom, they shout. Freedom from a national vaccine mandate. I consider this to be a criminal and cowardly blackmail by our highest institutions, says Maria. There will finally be a revolution in Italy, says Carolina. We won't go to work.
I think some people consider it to be the thin end of the wedge, as it were. You know, that it will start with you have to show proof of vaccination, proof of, recovery from coronavirus or a negative test. Then it might become a little more Black Mirror. You have to show that you've never done anything negative, said anything negative. And now there's so much data accumulated on all of us. We know this, and we know that that data has been illegally gathered in many examples. Don't need me to tell you that. Listen to my episode of Under the Skin with Edward Snowden. Obviously, he's like a world expert. Or the other one with Brittany Kaiser from Cambridge Analytica. Data is being accumulated in sort of inconceivable amounts about all of us under the auspices of make sure no one's doing nothing dodgy. Well, now they've got all this data, and so the introduction of mandates and passes at the moment for an issue that many people consider to be worthy of such regulation, it could be applied down the line over anything. This is the thing about affording authoritarianism and tyranny. At some point, it might be for things you agree with, but at some point, it might not be, because governments change, the world changes, conditions changes. That's why it's important to have principles and values that are based on something other than your own personal convenience and expedience.
Protests are ramping up across the country as more states and businesses begin to enforce vaccine mandates for employees. In Texas, Southwest Airlines employees protested outside the company's headquarters. And in California, parents and teachers took to the streets to protest vaccine mandates in schools.
There's an interesting convergence of varied communities coming together, different religious groups, different national identities, different personal and sexual identities, because I suppose the underlying idea is personal autonomy. I imagine you, from your political perspective or your ideological or religious perspective, it's very interesting to see the various ways that people object to erosion on their freedom. Now, of course, some people say, oh, well, this is necessary. It's necessary for the protection of others. But I believe that when you start to investigate the idea that underwrites the civic and social responsibility that we bear for one another, you, of course, one, have to ensure it's a dangerous enough and severe enough problem to warrant those measures. Then you have to think, well, where else might it be applied? The addiction crisis, mental health crisis, problems as a result of pollution, problems as a result of energy use, problems as a result of economic irresponsibility in the financial industry. All of these things, mental health isn't a problem that happens in the mind of an individual. Mental health is a problem that happens across societies. So if we're going to take severe measures in order to protect vulnerable people from this problem, why not take severe measures in order to protect people from that problem? Let me think about it for 1 second. Oh, because in order to stop a mental health crisis, you would have to negatively impact the interests of the powerful. In order to introduce these mandates, you do not have to affect negatively the interests of the powerful. In fact, we've seen over the course of this pandemic a massive transfer of wealth. What an incredible coincidence.
Thousands of parents, teachers, and students across California came out to protest Monday, saying kids shouldn't be kicked out of the classroom just because they're unvaccinated.
Young people, old people, health professionals, people that do jobs like working as flight crew, Australia, England, like this is now. I'm grateful to the people protesting, not because of any particular opinions I may or may not have, because as you know, I'm like a Luxembourgy balloon of pure light. but because it's important to stand up for certain values and principles.
I am vaccinated, but I do think that people should have a choice on whether they get vaccinated or not.
Well done, Samantha Joly there. Her personal opinion is that she wants to have the vaccine for reasons that she doesn't need to explain to anybody, but she believes in freedom.
The protests come as vaccination deadlines are closing in around the country.
Luke Kemp, research associate at the Centre for the Study of Existential Risk at the University of Cambridge, says, as the coronavirus has spread, many governments around the world have sought to tackle the pandemic by broadening their powers and abilities according to data collated from the COVID-19 Digital Rights Tracker and Civic Freedom Tracker. A total of 32 countries have used militaries or military ordinances to enforce rules. Others have drawn on technology to grow government oversight. To monitor rule breakers, 22 countries have used surveillance drones. Facial recognition programs have been expanded. Censorship has occurred in 28 countries and internet shutdowns in 13. At least 120 contact tracing apps are in use across 71 states, and 60 other digital contact tracing measures have been used across 38 countries. I'm reminded of the measures taken against terrorism after the tragic events of 9/11. Many of these measures impacted people so severely and immersively, and yet produced, and you can check these figures for yourself, barely any positive results in apprehending potential terrorists or terrorists. So what it seems like is that the measures taken, broadly speaking, benefit already powerful interests, and whilst they're being introduced as a result of this particular set of circumstances, their deployment could be quite broad going forward. Many of these are examples of emergency powers, exceptional actions that states can invoke during a crisis to deviate away from existing laws. According to data from the CoronaNet database, 124 countries declared a state of emergency in response to COVID-19. Now, whether or not you think that is warranted, that's up to you, your personal beliefs. But you will have to accept that these emergency states permit the introduction of emergency laws, and the emergency laws are beneficial to the state, and in this case you might argue, given the economic transfers that have occurred during this period, beneficial to other powerful interests also. Big tech is a bout of intelligence agencies across the world who have gathered more data and power over the past decades. There is surprisingly little evidence to support the effectiveness of mass surveillance in combating terrorists or viruses. So in both cases, there is no real evidence to suggest that these measures are successful. You can obviously look into that data yourself. Many of the current COVID-19 measures are an acceleration of pre-existing trends. That's interesting as well, isn't it? So while all the rhetoric is this is a unique situation, and even in this video I've talked about the uniqueness, these trends existed prior to the pandemic, meaning I suppose you could say that there was an intention and agenda heading in this general direction anyway. As Reporters Without Borders note, countries with already heavy suppression of media freedom tended to use the coronavirus as an opportunity to intensify their censorial efforts. As one study found, 87% of the global population is now living in countries which can be considered repressed, closed, or obstructed. Emergency powers tend to only go one way, top down. During an emergency, in countries which can be considered repressed, closed, or obstructed, emergency powers tend to only go one way, top down. During an emergency, the knee-jerk reaction is always to reinforce those atop hierarchies in the state and significantly curtail the freedoms, voice, and agency of citizens, often in a draconian fashion. Some politicians play to the fears that during times of disaster, people will descend into a chaotic mess. Yet, the overwhelming scientific and historical evidence contradicts this pessimistic view of humanity. We're all aware that in many disasters, there are examples of people coming together. For example, the Blitz here in my country, various disasters across America, hurricanes, while of course the media concentrates on looting and disorder because, oh wow, what agenda will that support? So what I hope we can offer you via this video is a set of tools and perspectives to look at the measures being taken around coronavirus with a degree of objectivity, although of course I have my own biases. I've always been somewhat cynical about power. I've always been somewhat cynical about authoritarianism wherever I've encountered it in my life. So take what I say with a pinch of salt also, but please use it in your arsenal of analysis when looking at this issue and the way this issue is being handled, whatever you think about the attitude towards the medical emergency.
This is a story about science, education, YouTube, and most importantly, money. It's a story about what happens when the desire to educate comes into conflict with the desire to get paid. Finally, it's a story about how some of the most valuable companies in the world are using educational YouTube as a vector for misinformation. And to unpack all of this, we're going to talk about one of the biggest science channels on the platform, Veritasium. In July 2021, the science YouTube channel Veritasium released a video titled "Why You Should Want Driverless Cars on Roads Now." It featured the channel's host and founder, Derek Muller, making a characteristically compelling argument for the embrace of autonomous vehicles. Attempting to debunk the anxieties some people feel about having driverless cars loose on public roads, Muller asserts that self-driving vehicles are actually far safer than their human-driven alternatives and have the potential to both save lives and greatly improve contemporary urban life. A large part of the video is delivered from the backseat of one of a fleet of driverless taxis currently operated in Phoenix, Arizona by Waymo, the successor to Google's self-driving car project. All in all, it amounts to a glowing review of currently existing driverless car technology in general and Waymo's implementation of that technology in particular. Muller so thoroughly punctures any concerns that one might have about autonomous vehicles that it's hard not to come away from the video as an enthusiastic evangelist for self-driving cars. For a YouTube channel which derives its name from the Latin word for truth, to be able to make a video which is so uncompromisingly positive, so lacking in caveats or caution, must be reflective of a highly refined technology, right? Well, no. It's actually reflective of little more than the size of Waymo's PR budget. For, as Muller admits 30 seconds in, this is a sponsored video, paid for by Waymo and very clearly designed to contribute to their present PR strategy. To describe the video as an advert is perhaps to slightly miss the point. The primary goal here isn't to promote Waymo's taxi service to potential customers. That's only actually available to unvetted members of the public in a handful of Phoenix suburbs, so most people can't use it anyway. Instead, the video is a more general attempt to reassure viewers about a technology that has been attracting some increasingly negative headlines. In December 2020, Uber lost confidence in its long-standing dream of automating its ride-hailing service and sold its self-driving car division to a competitor. A few months later, the poster child for techno-optimism, Elon Musk, similarly revealed that he didn't expect it to be so hard to implement full self-driving capabilities in Tesla vehicles. And in May of this year, embarrassment came knocking at Waymo's own door, when a video circulated online of one of its self-driving taxis getting confused by some traffic cones, blocking 2 lanes of traffic, and then trying to escape the support team that came to the aid of the trapped passenger. Such stories have combined with a steady drip of crashes and near crashes involving cars with self-driving capabilities to make some people feel that driverless vehicles might be, at best, an overly ambitious pipe dream, and at worst, potentially quite dangerous. In September 2021, Morning Consult revealed that the share of US adults who believe autonomous vehicles are safer than regular cars has fallen by 5 points to just 22%. It's no surprise that Waymo, who's currently looking to expand its experimental taxi service to new cities, would want to push back on these perceptions. Should opposition to self-driving cars gain too much traction, then securing permits to test these vehicles on public roads is likely to become much more difficult. That they might turn to a YouTube channel as part of their pushback campaign might, until just a few years ago, have seemed much less likely. Nevertheless, those of you that have watched some of my previous videos or who follow me on Twitter will know that I've been keeping an eye on this growing trend of companies, billionaires, and elite institutions using sponsorship deals with purportedly educational channels to promote their own highly selective and self-interested vision of the world for some time. Earlier this year, we took a look at a video by ex-Fox journalist Johnny Harris to foreground this emergent practice in which a creator goes beyond integrating a brief advert for a product or service into their video and turns off their critical faculties entirely, working with a company or institution to craft a video which, from start to finish, is little more than corporate propaganda. Now, as a rule, I don't think we owe it to creators who make these wholly sponsored fluff pieces to engage with the minutiae of their arguments. Whatever the merits of Veritasium's other work, and there are many, the choices surrounding what information to include in this particular video are not being made with reference to what will leave viewers with the most rounded understanding of autonomous vehicles, but instead with reference to Waymo's current PR goals. This is, in short, a completely disingenuous and unserious contribution to the debate around driverless cars. That being said, I often struggle to convince others of this. Often as a result of the goodwill that creators have built up over the years, people might accept that a sponsorship tips the scales a tiny bit, but will be hesitant to believe that an entire video could be completely worthless. In fact, Mueller himself sums up many people's attitudes towards these kinds of corporate partnerships when, following his revelation that the Veritasium video is sponsored by Waymo, he gives a little shrug, as if to say, no big deal.
Oh, but full disclosure, this video is sponsored by Waymo.
Today, then, we are going to engage with the argument put forward in Why You Should Want Driverless Cars on Roads Now. We're going to look at Mueller's invocation of dubious comparisons with other technologies, his misrepresentation of statistics, and the highly selective approach he takes to discussing the capabilities of Waymo's vehicles. What we'll find is that while the video doesn't contain any outright falsehoods, its central argument relies on Mueller being extremely careful about what he does and doesn't say. At the end of the video, hopefully you'll have a sense of how damaging these pieces can be to our collective understanding of the world, why we should be skeptical of anyone who describes themselves as an educator involving themselves in the creation of such content, and why we should resist the further normalization of such practices. To reiterate, while we're going to be focusing primarily on Veritasium's partnership with Waymo today, Mueller and his team are far from the only science, tech, and/or educational YouTubers to periodically give corporate sponsors the opportunity to influence the editorial content of their videos. In fact, the video we're discussing today was itself just one part of a larger PR campaign in which Waymo recruited 5 YouTube channels and tasked them with creating videos which would push back against declining trust in self-driving cars. Some of these channels helpfully included some screen recordings of what one of the creators described as a round table and what others might try to characterize as a press event, but comparing extracts from the event to the resulting videos seems to have involved little more than Waymo staff briefing the sponsored creators on what to include in their videos. The uploads which resulted from this campaign varied depending on the size, resources, and styles of the channels making them. Shannon Morse's video simply involves her talking to camera with the occasional bit of stock footage overlaid to keep things visually interesting. The video released by Snazzy Labs favors showing clips from the briefing event itself, allowing Waymo specialists to explain how the company's vehicles operate in their own words.
By far the most entertaining video is by Jason Silver, largely because of how sensationalist and ridiculously superlative-laden the whole thing is.
We have literally with the Waymo driver a level of situational awareness, a level of prediction, a level of mapping of the environment that is unsurpassed, something we've never seen before.
You'll never have to use your brain ever
doesn't
again.
seem to entirely understand the technology that he's been told to talk about, and so it's reduced to drawing upon Arthur C. Clarke to describe self-driving cars as indistinguishable from magic.
Waymo driver is indistinguishable, my friends, from magic. The experience unsurpassed.
The
Oh my
Veritasium
God.
video is clearly that which has had the most time, but lacking in
No.
which resulted from this campaign varies depending on the size, resources, and styles of the channels making them. And notably, or in the video itself,
Experience unsurpassed.
the Veritasium video is clearly that which has had the most time and resource pumped into it. This is reflective of both the
Right.
channel being much more established than the others, and presumably
What?
the much larger payment that would therefore have come attached to the sponsorship deal. Interestingly, where other channels have apparently been asked to include the hashtag Waymo Ambassador, either in the description to their videos or in the video itself, the team at Veritasium appears to have negotiated that term away. And this is interesting, in that it hints at a desire to not want to be seen to be too close to the company the video will discuss, even if the content of the video itself remains dubious. What really sets the Veritasium video apart is that it is the only sponsored video in this campaign in which someone actually rides in a Waymo car. And notably, this does not work in the video's favour. In an attempt to showcase the car's ability to deal with tricky situations, Muller instructs it to drive through a car park.
What I want to see here is how does it handle a parking lot?
In the event, there aren't actually any other moving vehicles around. Nevertheless, there is a person
What are
pushing a
they
trolley
looking at?
along the pavement. Despite this person being a decent distance away and being well within the bounds of the pavement, the car comes to a screeching halt. The wheels actually squeal, it's so abrupt.
Whoa, that was a sudden stop.
Muller tries to turn this into a positive, using it as an opportunity to talk about how the Waymo software calculates various different possibilities of what might happen in any given scenario. Ultimately, though, it's not convincing. One is left to wonder whether the software's reasoning is so uncertain that it stops every time it sees a person on the pavement, just in case they leap out into the road. While the Veritasium video may be a more accomplished production than those released by the other creators involved in this campaign, however, the key talking points remain broadly the same. Throughout each of the videos, the same statistics, many of which we'll critique later, crop up time and again. We repeatedly hear about how 94% of serious road accidents in the US are caused by human drivers. More about that figure later. And how the Waymo software has driven a cumulative 20 million miles.
Not you.
More about that figure later too. Several of the same cutesy anecdotes are repeated by different creators. In fact, if one watches through all 5 videos, one finds clips of Waymo employees at the briefing event priming the creators with talking points, which later crop up in videos by the other channels, framed as opinions that the hosts have come to of their own accord. Now, it would be entirely possible to scrutinize Veritasium's contribution to this PR campaign by playing through the video in question and ridiculing it for its general cheesiness. There's one moment, for example, where, having supposedly come to the end of his planned ride in the Waymo vehicle, Muller is apparently having so much fun that he just can't bear to get out. He therefore calls the support team and arranges to extend his ride.
I just completed my ride, but I don't want to get out of the car. I just want to keep driving. Is there a way that I can do that?
Putting aside the weirdness of the fact that extending his ride involves him having to get out of the car, wait for it to drive around the block, and then come back and pick him up again.
I just left all my stuff in the car. I hope it comes back.
Are we really supposed to believe that the initial plan for the day's filming was for him to just be left on some random residential street in Phoenix? Nevertheless, while the silliness of this presentational veneer is worth noting, what I'm really interested in today are the more sincere arguments that the video makes for the swift and widespread adoption of driverless cars, and the statistics and anecdotes which supposedly substantiate those arguments. For some people might posit that sponsored videos like this can be a win-win for viewers and the sponsoring companies. Viewers are able to gain an insight into emerging technologies, the argument might go, whilst companies are able to increase their brand recognition. Digging into the claims that Mueller makes in this video, however, destroys this premise entirely, with any claims to education being swiftly overshadowed by mountains of corporate fluff and misinformation. Now, this video isn't corporate propaganda, but this brief section of it has been sponsored by Surfshark, the Formula One of VPN services. Protect yourself online by heading to surfshark.deals/Tom.
No, what the fuck?
Hello, friends. My name is JJ. So, in response to a video I
Fuck
posted the
outta
other
here.
day, somebody wrote this comment, which I thought was interesting. What?
Forward.
Ugh.
Swiftly overshadowed by mountains of corporate fluff and misinformation. Now, this video isn't corporate propaganda, but this brief section of it has been sponsored by Surfshark, the Formula One of today's internet is dominated by massive platforms who are looking to sweep up any and all information they can. Having pieced together some of the financial backdrop to the creation of this video, we can finally get on to examining some of the claims that are made about Waymo's self-driving cars within it. As mentioned previously, the video kicks off with the channel's host, Derek Muller, acknowledging the sponsorship deal with Waymo before climbing into the back of one of the company vehicles and setting off on his ride around the Phoenix suburbs. Finally, at just over a minute in, he begins to build the foundations of his argument. The preconception at the heart of this video is that self-driving cars are underdeveloped, can occasionally be dangerous, and that we should therefore be cautious in how and when we allow them to be used. Mueller evidences the prevalence of this view through showing us the results of a YouTube community poll, which revealed that 40% of Veritasium's audience believes that self-driving car technology wouldn't be ready for at least another 10 years. Highlighting the lack of a driver in the moving vehicle that he's sat in, Mueller makes it clear that his goal in this video will be to prove those doubters wrong.
And for those people, I have news, which is that, well, there is no driver in this car.
Following a brief potted history of Waymo, and interestingly, long before his frankly dubious explanation of how the company's vehicles work, Mueller's first approach to doing so is to foreground two other ways in which automation is used in our lives, which may have once been seen as alarming or dangerous, but which most people now routinely accept as safe. He begins with lifts or elevators to our American friends, suggesting that concern self-driving cars can be likened to the public response to the introduction of automated elevators.
When people started putting in driverless elevators, well, the public was very concerned and they didn't want to ride in those elevators.
Now, this obviously isn't a very good comparison. As Mueller quickly admits, elevators only have to travel in one dimension, and a lift shaft is a highly controlled environment relative to the multitude uncertainties of public roads. Interestingly, this section is also entirely plagiarized. A quick Google search reveals it to have been lifted beat for beat from a 2015 Planet Money interview with architectural historian Lee Gray. We won't have time to go into Veritasium's somewhat disingenuous approach to referencing and citing evidence for this video today. However, it just seems unnecessarily rude not to have credited the source here. Mueller's second choice of comparison is more successful, though not for the reasons that he thinks it is. He continues by discussing AutoLand, the automated guidance system that is used to land aeroplanes in possibility.
I saw this particular landing where a plane is coming into Vienna, and it's just so foggy that the pilots can see almost nothing. I mean, this is the view from the cockpit. And yet they make a perfect, a textbook landing right on target. So how do they do it? The answer is the pilots didn't do it. It was a Cat 3 auto land procedure. The plane just came in and landed itself, essentially.
The automation of plane landings is obviously far more complex and therefore impressive than the operation of an elevator. The problem with using it to make the case for the rollout of driverless cars is that Autoland is far more limited and requires the involvement of many more human beings than Mueller cares to mention. For one, the suggestion that the plane landed itself ignores the fact that a good deal of the technology which makes these landings possible is on the ground. Those of you that have flown to or from large airports may have noticed an array of antennae at the end of the runway. Collectively, these are called the localizer, and they essentially fire out a beam which, alongside other systems, guides the plane to the center of the runway. The result is that autoland procedures can only be accomplished at certain airports that have this kit. It's far from a case of the plane simply responding to the environment around it. Additionally, autoland involves a lot of human input. There are several videos on YouTube of pilots flying the exact same model of plane featured in the clip that Mueller shows us. And watching them, one finds it to be an incredibly involved process. They're not even just monitoring the landing either. Pilots are actively involved in adjusting the speed of the aircraft, the flaps, deploying the landing gear, and much more. And this is before we consider the huge number of people involved in monitoring and making safe both the airspace and the runway. As we'll see later, these geographical limitations and the involvement of significant numbers of human beings actually makes Autoland pretty comparable to Waymo's vehicles. And admitting these caveats doesn't make the technology any less impressive. Unfortunately, at least in part due to the video being sponsored by Waymo, Mueller is hell-bent on both pretending that automation technology is more capable and on pretending that human involvement in its operation, rather than being essential, has the potential to be fatal. In a pretty distasteful turn, the video draws our attention to the case of Asiana Airlines Flight 214.
When Asiana Airlines Flight 214 was on final approach to San Francisco, attempting to manually land the plane, the pilot accidentally left the throttle at 0. And by the time they realized and tried to abort the landing, it was too late. The plane crashed into the runway seawall and split in two.
The implication of Mueller's version of events is that the pilots of Flight 214 were too egotistical to make use of automated systems in landing the plane, and that if they had done so, the crash could have been avoided. The problem is that the pilots were making use of automated systems in the form of what's called an autothrottle. More than this, the official investigation placed the onus for the crash on that very technology. On publishing the final report, the acting chairman of the investigating body told the BBC that, in their efforts to compensate for the unavailability of human performance, the designers of automated control systems have unwittingly created opportunities for new error types that can be even more serious than those they were seeking to avoid. To use the crash of Flight 214 as proof that autonomy is good and humans bad then is frankly ludicrous. This tragic episode is an argument for more caution, not less. There is likely a brilliant discussion to be had about what other implementations of automated and autonomous technology can teach us about how, why, when, and where we as a society might want to deploy driverless cars. Unfortunately, again, at least in part due to the sponsoring relationship with Waymo, the Veritasium video chooses to do away with such nuance. By misrepresenting automated systems as more capable than they actually are, the video implies hesitancy over driverless cars to be entirely irrational. And in the next part of the video, Mueller doubles down on this argument. interest of not making a long video even longer, we're going to largely skip over a couple of sections of the Veritasium video. In the first, Muller explains the 5 levels of autonomous driving, and in a barely concealed dig at Tesla's autopilot function, suggests that the supposed safety benefits of driverless cars only kick in once you reach full autonomy.
All these drivers are trusting the technology too much, which makes almost fully autonomous vehicles potentially more dangerous than regular cars. So this is why Waymo decided that the only safe way to proceed is with a car that has at least level 4 autonomy.
Footage from the Snazzy Labs video, which also makes the same point in exactly the same way, suggests that this pop shot at Tesla is drawn entirely from the briefing with Waymo staff. The following section sees Muller tour around Waymo's depot and offices. This is fairly unremarkable, although it is the one part of the video where we get a hint at the considerable number of human beings required to ensure that Waymo's taxi service is safe.
This is the depot where the cars go when they're not on the road. And it's also where people monitor all the rides in progress.
There is then a bit more vlog-style footage, as well as the beginnings of an interview with the woman in charge of Waymo's ride-hailing operations, who, unsurprisingly, thinks Waymo is great. With all this over and done with, Muller returns to the central argument of his video, that self-driving cars are safer than their human-driven alternatives. This time, however, rather than trying to convince us that autonomy is safe,
Why would they
he
keep
settles
it?
for
Like,
arguing
why
that
don't they just have
human
friggin-
drivers are less capable than we might like to think.
There's things called
This
stalkers.
section is a bit death by statistics.
Surveys
it's
show
just a cappuccino.
74% of people believe they are above average drivers.
Yeah,
In the
it's
20th century,
not
60 million people were killed on the road. That's basically an extra world war's worth of deaths. The National Transportation and Safety Board has identified human error as the cause of 94% of accidents.
Unlike in most of their other videos, Veritasium doesn't provide any sources for these figures. And a brief use of a search engine gives some indication as to why this might be. The figure suggesting that 74% of drivers believe themselves to be above average appears rapid, having come from a short 2003 article in the Journal of Safety Research. After this, however, things become questionable. The idea that 60 million people were killed on the road in the 20th century and the comparison to World War II is lifted straight from Wikipedia. Wikipedia, in turn, cites an infographic produced by Information is Beautiful in 20 dig at Tesla's auto to compensate for the unrated
Too much, which makes almost fully autonomous vehicles potentially more dangerous than regular cars. So this is why Waymo decided that the only safe way to proceed is with a car that has at least level 4 autonomy.
Footage from the Snazzy Labs video, which also makes the same point in exactly the same way, suggests that this pop shot at Tesla is drawn entirely from the briefing with Waymo staff. The following section sees Muller take a tour around Waymo's depot and offices. This is fairly unremarkable, although it is the one part of the video where we get a hint at the considerable number of human beings required to ensure that Waymo's taxi service is safe.
This is the depot where the cars go when they're not on the road. It's also where people monitor all the rides in progress.
There is then a bit more vlog-style footage, as well as the beginnings of an interview with the woman in charge of Waymo's ride-hailing operations, who, unsurprisingly, thinks Waymo is great. With all this over and done with, Muller returns to the central argument of his video, that self-driving cars are safer than their human-driven alternatives. This time, however, rather than trying to convince us that autonomy is safe, he settles for arguing that human drivers are less capable than we might like to think. This section is a bit death by statistics.
Surveys show 74% of people believe they are above average drivers. In the 20th century, 60 million people were killed on the road. That's basically an extra world war's worth of deaths. The National Transportation and Safety Board has identified human error as the cause of 94% of accidents.
Unlike in most of their other videos, Veritasium doesn't provide any sources for these
Hopefully
figures.
it's not fucking
And
mechanical
a
error.
brief use of a search engine gives some indication as to why this might be. The figure suggesting that 74% of drivers believe themselves to be above average appears rapid, having come from a short 2003 article in the Journal of Safety Research. After this, however, things become more questionable. The idea that 60 million people were killed on the road in the 20th century and the comparison to World War II is lifted straight from Wikipedia. Wikipedia, in turn, cites an infographic produced by Information is Beautiful in 2012 to accompany an exhibition at the Wellcome Collection in London. The infographic's creators acknowledged at the time that there may be some inevitable double counting, broad estimations, and ballpark figures. And consulting the spreadsheet which details the origins of each statistic, one finds road traffic accidents to be one of those causes of death for which no source is cited. This therefore appears to be a cautionary tale about relying too heavily on Wikipedia. Whilst it might reveal a slight lack of research rigour, however, whether the 60 million deaths figure is verifiable or not doesn't really affect the meat of the video's argument. People dying is tragic no matter the quantity. The more important figure in that respect is the claim that 94% of driving accidents are the result of human error. This statistic was included in Waymo's briefing to the 5 creators it recruited as part of this PR campaign, but has also previously been used by Mueller to make the case for self-driving cars in a video released in 2017, sponsored by BMW. Unfortunately, when we actually read the report which the figure is taken from, we find Mueller and Waymo's weaponization of it to support the rollout of driverless cars to once again be a gross misrepresentation. The statistic is drawn from a 2-page document released by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration in February 2015. Drawing on a body of data surrounding car crashes gathered 8 years previously, the data sheet does indeed state that the critical reason for a crash was assigned to drivers in an estimated 2,046,000 crashes that comprised 94% of crashes at the national level. The following sentence, however, continues that in none of these cases was the assignment intended to blame the driver for causing the crash. This may seem confusing or contradictory at first, but Phil Koopman, an associate professor at Carnegie Mellon University who specializes in self-driving car safety, explains it well in a 2018 blog post. See, labeling the driver as the critical reason for a car crash does not necessarily mean that the crash took place due to negligence or malice. Instead, the critical reason for an accident is akin to the final point of failure leading up to the crash. Say, for example, someone is driving perfectly diligently along a rural road when they unknowingly pass a stop sign, which has been concealed by an overgrown bush. When they reach the upcoming crossroads, the road markings have also deteriorated to the point where the driver understandably believes it to be their right of way. They therefore continue straight ahead without stopping, at which point they collide with another vehicle. Now, if we wanted to assign blame for this crash, we'd probably say that it was the fault of whichever authority or body is in charge of trimming the hedge and maintaining the road markings. Nevertheless, the condition for assigning the critical reason in the NHTSA study was such that as long as there was some possibility that the driver could have seen the other vehicle approaching their side and reacted to avoid the crash, the driver was still marked down as the critical reason for the incident. In short, while the 94% figure does include some people who were drunk driving or asleep at the wheel, it also includes people whose sole failing was not quite being able to react sufficiently after suddenly finding themselves in a difficult and dangerous scenario. The overtone of this section of the Veritasium video is clear that greater adoption of driverless cars has the potential to reduce the number of road accidents in the United States by up to 94%.
Most of these errors are impossible for a machine to make. But if you have a vehicle that has, LiDAR and radar and 29 cameras, you're just not going to hit them.
It's also heavy on emotional manipulation.
Every year, when people are backing out of driveways or parking spaces, in the US, up to 200 people are killed, and it's frequently older people or children, the children of the drivers.
Oh my
The
God.
problem is that the adoption of driverless cars wouldn't be a solution in anywhere close to all of these cases. In our example of the neglected crossroads, an overgrown hedge and lack of road markings would be just as much of a problem for an autonomous vehicle as it would be for a human being. From the heights of Muller's misleading 94%, Koopman suggests that autonomous vehicles might be able to cut fatalities in half if we can achieve parity with an average well-behaved human driver. As we'll see in the following section, that's still a big if, with driverless cars far less capable than Waymo and Muller imply. Furthermore, none of this takes into account the new risks and dangers that would undoubtedly accompany greater use of autonomous vehicles. In this section, then, we again find a refusal to approach the topic at hand with the slightest degree of nuance. A non-sponsored video on driverless cars could have featured a really interesting conversation about what problems autonomous vehicles will solve and those they won't. Instead, Veritasium chooses sensationalism and misrepresentation. Of course, there's a chance that the misrepresented statistics in this section are largely the result of confirmation bias, of stumbling across a figure that supports the argument that Waymo has asked Veritasium to make, and simply not questioning it, rather than an active decision to leave out information that complicates their position. When it comes to the video's highly selective explanation of how the Waymo vehicles work, however, such excuses begin to seem much less conceivable. For a video which is attempting to convince us that driverless cars are a safe and reliable technology, Veritasium's video is pretty light on technical explanation. In fact, it's not until 9 minutes and 16 seconds in that we're provided with any kind of overview of how Waymo's vehicles actually work. At this point, Muller gives us a brief tour of some of the systems through which the cars monitor their surroundings. We learn about the LiDAR system.
Here in the very prominent top, there is a 360 LiDAR. So you can see all around the car. You can see.
We learn about its use of cameras.
There are 29 cameras around this vehicle, which gives you full 360 vision.
We also learn how it deals with emergency vehicles.
There is also a microphone up on top to listen to what's happening in the environment. And if there are sirens, then the car will pull over to the side of the road.
And then, well, that's it. As Waymo and Veritasium see it, that is all the information that one needs to understand how these cars work. And as you can perhaps tell from my tone, that is not true. You see, one goal of this video is to convince us that if it wasn't for technophobic politicians, negativistic NIMBYs, and red tape-loving bureaucrats, you would be able to hire a Waymo taxi in major cities across the US. And for that argument to be truly convincing, we have to believe that if those cultural and political hurdles could be overcome, you could drop a Waymo car in New York or Tampa or Detroit or Denver, and it would just work. As such, in his technical rundown, Muller suggests that the vehicles operate by simply monitoring the environment around them and making decisions based on what they find.
The way the LiDAR works is it shoots out invisible laser beams around millions of times a second, and then it detects the reflection, and how long it takes to come back allows you to determine how far it is to that object. So what it's doing is like painting a 3D picture of the world.
This is certainly one very important aspect of how Waymo's vehicles work. The LiDAR and other sensors allow the cars to identify other vehicles, pedestrians, the colour of traffic lights, and other live aspects of a driving situation. Yet, what Muller completely fails to mention is that the cars also require highly detailed maps to be prepared for any area that they want to operate in. As Waymo themselves describe it in their safety report, before our cars drive in any location, our team builds our own detailed three-dimensional maps that highlight information such as road profiles, curves and sidewalks, lane markers, crosswalks, traffic lights, stop signs, and other road features. Rather than rely on GPS, the Waymo driver cross-references our pre-built maps with real-time sensor data to precisely determine their location on the road. In a similar mode to the earlier misrepresentation of Autoland systems, then, what we find here is an inflation of the capabilities of Waymo's vehicles, whilst also refusing to mention significant human involvement in building, processing, and verifying intricate and diligently labelled scans of every street the car will drive down. And this is before we even begin to take into account the team which monitor any Waymo journeys which are currently taking place, or the support teams which roam the city prepared to spring into action when things go awry. Without wanting to preempt my conclusion too much, we have here a perfect example of why we should be skeptical of supposedly educational creators handing over their platforms to companies like Waymo, where a non-sponsored video might have given us a complete and balanced insight into how Waymo's vehicles work. Veritasium's deal with the company sees them leaving out vital information in order to make their sponsor look good. Geographical limitations, and the failure to mention them, again become relevant in the penultimate section of the video. Prior to this, there is another vlog section featuring the hilarious car park incident mentioned earlier, and a discussion of the ethical questions surrounding whose life a driverless car should choose to save should a vehicle find itself forced to make a choice between hitting two people. Muller's argument here is incredibly weak, consisting of him just trying to reassure such events are rare and that we therefore shouldn't lose too much sleep over it.
The reality is that 99% of accidents aren't like that.
I hope it's sufficient to say in response that rare things still happen. In 2015, The Economist reported that the odds of an aeroplane crashing were 1 in 5.4 million. But as a society, we still dedicate significant resources to try to stop that from happening. Where geography once again becomes an issue is when Muller returns to trying to convince us that Waymo software is, to borrow the phrase the company loves so much they've trademarked, the world's most experienced driver. He does so partly through continuing his cringe-worthingly softball interview with the head of Waymo's ride-hailing operations. Perhaps the lowest moment in this interview sees Muller make the following suggestion.
If that's true, it means like every vehicle that's not on the road is kind of a worse situation. Do you know what I mean?
But he also throws a couple more statistics at us.
These vehicles have way more experience than any human driver because they've now accumulated data over 20 million miles of driving on public roads. If you were an average driver, you'd have to drive for 1,000 years to accumulate that sort of experience.
Waymo loves to quote this statistic in their promotional literature. What they seem less keen to reveal is exactly where these 20 million miles of driving took place. For throughout the Veritasium video, Muller simply refuses to mention that the reason that he filmed this video in the suburbs of Phoenix, Arizona, is because that's the only place in the world where Waymo's taxi service operates. While in August 2021, the company began testing in San Francisco, the human-centered driver is behind the wheel in every vehicle, and prospective passengers are forced to sign a non-disclosure agreement. That's not to say that the vehicles have only driven in these two cities. The Waymo safety report claims that the cars have driven in more than 25 cities across 10 US states. Nevertheless, the proportion of those 10 million miles that have been driven in different places is highly significant. See, as Mahmoud Hikmet highlights in one of his videos about Waymo, the primary reason that the company is seeking to introduce its vehicles to new cities at the moment is because environments bring new challenges.
These vehicles are under a test and they're going to fail. They're going to run into edge cases. Some of them might seem really, really obvious, but it's really hard to account for all of those edge cases during initial testing. So what Waymo are hoping to achieve here in this public rollout is they're hoping to run into more of these edge cases.
In short, drive up and down the same roads again and again eventually has diminishing returns. It might be amazing driving on those particular roads, but still terrible elsewhere. We see this with Waymo's vehicles in relation to the weather. Phoenix has pretty favourable conditions for driving. It is generally clear and bright. The safety report does stress that the vehicles have been tested in other conditions. From sunny Phoenix, Arizona, to rainy Kirkland, Washington, across the snowy Upper Peninsula of Michigan, through Death Valley heat, and in foggy San Francisco. Nevertheless, it would seem the company is still not entirely confident in the vehicle's ability to operate in all weathers. A 2019 blog post by the company's chief safety officer revealed that Waymo's taxis are designed to come to a safe stop under certain bad weather conditions. And a Morning Brew article from July 2021 highlighted that certain conditions require the reintroduction of safety drivers behind the wheel. As with the statistics, 94% of accidents are the result of driver error then, while the 20 million mile figure might appear to be a slam dunk in favour of allowing Waymo carte blanche to launch a taxi service in every city in the world, the truth is far more complicated. And, as we've come to expect from Veritasium in this video, none of those crucial questions are asked. Instead, as in the case of Waymo vehicles requiring highly detailed, human-verified maps of any roads that they travel, and that of the taxis being geofenced into a small area of Phoenix, deal with Waymo ensures that the video declines the opportunity to properly educate us about this technology in favour of leaving out any information which shows the company's vehicles to be anything less than perfect. Perhaps the most frustrating thing about the multitude of omissions and misrepresentations contained within this video is that admitting that the technology still has limits wouldn't make it much less impressive. One will hams up his enjoyment of being in the Waymo vehicle a bit. I can't imagine it would be anything but really cool to ride in one of these cars. They are an impressive feat of engineering.
Value in the cars that spend over 95% of their time parked. We can regain a bunch of time and feel happier because commuting and being stuck in reduce traffic because vehicles will have better awareness of each other.
As I bring this video to a close, as well as wrapping up my points about the devastating effect corporate sponsorships have the potential to have on educational YouTube, I'll ask a few questions about whether driverless cars would really have the impact that Mueller claims, or whether there might be better alternatives to these problems already in existence. Throughout the videos sponsored by Waymo as part of their PR campaign, but particularly those by Veritasium, Snazzy Labs, and Jason Silver, there's an interesting assumption which goes completely unacknowledged. It's the assumption that self-driving cars are the future of transport, with the only uncertainty being when they will become a viable option for replacing human-driven cars as the dominant mode of transit in the global north. In his 2018 book, Winners Take All, Anand Stuart Haridas suggests that in recent years, technology companies have often used the circulation of such limited funds of the future as a key rhetorical tactic. He writes that in Silicon Valley, prediction has become a popular way of fighting for a particular future while claiming merely to be describing what has yet to occur. The advantages of doing so are evident throughout this Veritasium video. By painting driverless cars as the only and inevitable future, you can portray anyone who is even mildly skeptical as simply a ratchety old fuddy-duddy who is standing in the way of progress. Even assuming that the present flaws in autonomous vehicle technology can be ironed out, and there is nothing to say that they can't be, it's highly unlikely that they would solve many of the problems that Mueller suggests they would. The idea that driverless cars would reduce congestion is a complete non-starter. Assuming people otherwise maintain the same habits, a car driven by a machine takes up the same amount of road space as one driven by a person. The suggestion that we could reclaim the wasted value residing in the 95% of time that the average car spends parked is another excellent example of lying with statistics. It ignores the fact that much of that 95% is the night time or the middle of the day when people are working. For lots of people, the 5% of the time in which they need their cars is the same 5% of the time that everyone else is using their cars. Finally, whether autonomous cars would make getting around cheaper is just complete guesswork. Whilst the lack of a driver might reduce costs for taxi companies such as Waymo, there's nothing to say that they would pass those savings on to customers. The argument that Veritasium makes for driverless cars here is then pretty poor. If we take off the Waymo-sponsored blinkers, which consider autonomous vehicles to be the only possible future of transportation for a moment, however, we find that the problems highlighted make a fantastic argument for another solution: public transport. These problems of congestion, of the wasted value, both of the time that people spend driving and of everyone having their own personal vehicle that they only use 5% of the time, and finally of cost, these are all problems which would be much better addressed by well-funded, publicly owned, integrated mass transit systems. The vehicles could even be autonomous if you really want them to be. I couldn't find a single sponsored video similar to those paid for by Waymo, but making the case for the introduction of more usable public transport points us towards the larger problem that the existence of videos like this one by Veritasium highlights. On the one hand, what we have here is simply a bad educational video. At every opportunity, Veritasium chooses making Waymo look good over actually teaching us anything useful about driverless cars. In fact, in its multitude misrepresentations and omissions of vital details, I think it's more than fair to call this misinformation. As I said at the very beginning of this video, it is a perfect example of why we should be highly skeptical of creators who are willing to hand over their platforms to corporate sponsors in this way. Nevertheless, it's also worth thinking about what effect these practices, particularly by supposedly educational channels, might have on our public discourse more broadly. Rightly or wrongly, YouTube has become a platform to which people flock, not only for entertainment, but for education, and to seek out potential responses to the various social and political challenges facing our world. As is the case with this set of videos sponsored by Waymo, companies, corporate lobby groups, and billionaires are increasingly using sponsorship deals to ensure that the answers that people find on the platform are amenable to their interests. Actual solutions which serve everyone, such as, in this case, public transport, tend not to have anyone willing to bankroll sponsored videos on their behalf. We might not be able to change that, but we can at least become attuned to recognizing and critiquing these corporate propaganda pieces. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope it's been worthy of your time. If you've got anything out of it at all, then I'd be incredibly grateful if you consider sharing it with a friend, either online or off, who you think might also get something out of it. Thank you, as ever, to Richard, Sindri Nielsen, Kaya Lau, David Brothers, Max DeVos, Alan Gann, Luke Meyer, Gary, Dylan Gordon, Dickon Spain, Greg Miller, Bill Mitchell, Al Zweigart, ZC Reese, Brent Cottle, Shaq Kumar, Anil, Alexander Blank, Neil Zabildgaard, Sophia R., President Dwayne Elizondo Mountain Dew Herbert Camacho, Sergio Suarez, 2Bro2B, Teddy Zamborski, and Alexandra McGuinness Wartendike for being signed up to the top tier of my Patreon. If you'd like to join them in getting early access to videos, copies of the scripts to them, and more, then you can find out how to do so at patreon.com/Tom Nicholas. Thank you once again for watching, and have a great week. Right, newbie. First things first. Welcome to the Evening Gazette. It's great to have you on board. You know, it was a really tricky recruitment process, and you got through because of your hard work, dedication, and only a little bit because I went to school with your dad. So you should be very, very proud of yourself. Secondly, I recognise that look in your eye. That desire to want to shine a light in the darkness, speak truth to power. Oh, I remember that feeling, that naivety. Because I will not have any such complacency as merely wanting to speak the truth at this venerable newspaper. No, We do not merely report the truth, we create it. We reach out and grab the very matter of reality with our bare hands and mold it to our will, or at least that of the owner. That is the power that I grant to you this morning. Use it profitably. Let's talk about media bias. In the past few years, there's been an ongoing debate over the role that the news media, whether that be TV, radio, newspapers, or digital news, plays in our society. Polling in both the UK and the US has documented a decline in trust in the accuracy of journalistic reporting. And of course, this isn't an entirely new debate. Since the very inception of the mass media, some people have questioned the way that it reports on the world, including its potential biases. Nevertheless, over the past half-decade, the legitimacy of the mainstream media has become a central theme of our political discourse. Some of this has been the result of Donald Trump's repeated declarations that much of the US media represents fake news, a term which has quickly gone from being the reserve of fringe conspiracy theorists to part of our everyday lexicon. This disdain for the mainstream media among some portions of the population has since spread to other countries. Supporters of Brexit in the UK, for example, have often levelled similar accusations of bias at the British press. Nevertheless, such critiques have not only come from the political right. Supporters of left-wing candidates in both countries have constantly questioned whether the news media might be unduly biased against their favourite candidates. Naturally, perhaps the media has pushed back at these accusations. In 2017, in response to Trump's anti-media rhetoric, the Washington Post adopted the slogan, "Democracy dies in darkness." In doing so, they appealed to the idealistic perception of the media shining a light on the activities of the powerful, while also providing a warning as to what society might look like in its absence. Although, if that's going to be your slogan, maybe don't institute a hard paywall. Defenders of the media have therefore attempted to channel a vision of the news as a crucial part of what Jürgen Habermas calls the public sphere, in which ideas are debated and the exercise of power questioned. When they've turned more pessimistic, they've relied upon the notion that while we might not always like what we read, see, or hear in the news, we'd miss it if it was gone. In today's video, I want to explore this question of media bias. In doing so, I'm going to draw primarily on the work of Edward S. Herman and Noam Chomsky in their 1988 book Manufacturing Consent, and that of the British cultural theorist Stuart Hall. We're going to explore the notion that, as its critics across the political spectrum suggest, the media doesn't merely reflect the world back at us in a neutral sense, but encourages us to interpret the world in a certain way. We're going to consider what biases we might be able to identify and how those are encouraged by the economic and institutional structures which govern the news that we get to read, see, and hear. Rather than focus on the coverage of representative politics, however, I'm going to use as a case study a recent news broadcast which focused on an event which has been the subject of some fairly contentious coverage. For the most part, in recent months, the news has been preoccupied with covering the COVID-19 pandemic and the differing responses of governments, companies, and individuals to both the virus itself and the various measures that have and haven't been put in place to halt its spread. In early 2020, however, the British media decided to give me and my fellow Brits a break from coronavirus updates in order to focus on what they referred to as the migrant crisis. See, the previous weeks had seen an increase in people crossing the English Channel, often in inflatable dinghies, in order to seek asylum in the UK. Very quickly, there seemed to be as many news reporters in the Channel, bobbing up and down in chartered boats in order to provide up-close, live coverage of these crossings. The reporters seemed to have taken influence from reporting by the US media in 2018 of what was often referred to then as the migrant caravan. In the last part of that year, a group of primarily Honduran, Guatemalan, and Salvadoran refugees fleeing violence and poverty had been making their way through Mexico in order to seek asylum in the US. The American media took it upon itself to provide daily updates on the caravan's progress, often tracking them with camera drones. The British adaptation of this coverage was very on brand for the UK, often seeming like a straight-to-VHS knockoff. Here, the smooth filmic gliding of the American drones was replaced with shaky footage as camera operators attempted to steady their lenses against the undulations of the sea. Nevertheless, the result was fairly similar. A transformation of individual stories of struggle and displacement into a media spectacle to be consumed over breakfast. Furthermore, as we'll see, throughout these reports there were similar implications as to what our emotional and political response to these channel crossings should be. In today's video, I'm going to focus on just one example of this coverage, a package which was broadcast as part of the BBC's flagship news and current affairs programme, Newsnight. We're going to explore the ways in which this report frames the channel crossings that it's reporting on, as well as asking what aspects of the way in which our media operates might have led to this framing. Alongside giving insight into how the British media is presently reporting on this particular event, I hope that this video will provide you with the ability to similarly critique other news reports that you're faced with and to take a critical approach to engaging with the news media. Before we dive into some of the theory that we'll be drawing upon, however, let me give you a brief rundown of what is contained within this report. I'm not going to show the full news report that we'll be discussing here for copyright reasons, although I have linked it in the description if you want to watch it in full. In this part of the video, I'm therefore going to provide a bit of an overview of what is contained within it. I'm going to do my best to undertake what Clifford Geertz might refer to as a thin description of the report, focusing as much as possible on simply stating what we can see and hear and leaving the analysis bit for in a moment. What I am going to do, however, is divide this broadcast package up into sections, which I think will aid our later discussion of it. So, as I see it, there are 6 main sections to this report. The first we'll call the introduction. In this 20-second long segment, we show a medium shot of 17 people heading towards the English coast in an inflatable dinghy. The reporter tells us that this is a dangerous way to cross the English Channel and establishes that the people in that boat are from Iraq. We'll call section 2 the numbers. In this section, which totals 46 seconds, the reporter tells us that the reason that the people in this boat were a transformation of individual stories of struggle and displacement into a media spectacle to be consumed over. Furthermore,
Yeah, no, it makes like whatever, especially if it's bread and you put like that chocolate sauce, whatever. I find it just makes it gross and wet red.
And then the other place was like one or the other. You can't have both.
I hate when they do that,
Yeah.
but like a lot of the time when I ask for like, usually I'll like get the banana one because it's like I'll get the more expensive one and I'll ask them for extra strawberries usually because like I get that they're two fruits that are very expensive and they go bad really fast if you don't use them like right away, and they go bad. So especially bananas. Bananas are fucking annoying.
I just noticed there's like a really, really, really dried up banana. It's like this small now. And
On the sidewalk?
No.
Oh.
Near the next to the bread.
Yeah.
I thought there was a banana there.
I thought it was the potatoes.
Potatoes probably aren't good now.
No, I already tossed them. I already chucked them.
Yeah.
No, I keep finding fucking banana peels like everywhere. Just like walking on the sidewalk and there's like a banana. Like I was like, is that a fucking dog turd? Thought it was like it's fucking around the corner where the broken glass was. Someone let their dog take a shit there and didn't pick it up. But whoever's dog it was like, it's fucking huge shit. Like, I'm like, but you know, after I've had him for 8 years, you gotta fucking get over it eventually. Like, and you just start doing it. Like in winter, like fucking totally kick that shit on the fucking side. Fuck that. Just throw some snow on it, but whatever.
It's already the winter. This gets plowed away.
Yeah, but in the summer, like, especially if it's on the fucking sidewalk, like, like I see people like leave their dog shit like right in the middle of the sidewalk. I'm like, but why? Like,
I mean, if it's in the grass or something, no one really walks there.
or that's why I try to get them to do it in places that people don't really like. People don't really go. I don't know why we need to pick a different block. He keeps getting full of birds. I'm like, why do we keep going here?
Well, I had to. Well, this morning I had to pull those pine needles.
What? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had them like really stuck in the skin. They even made like I pulled them out and I was like, those are actually in your thing.
Yeah. He's like a magnet for bad things. Oh, squirrels are pretty good stuff. Did you see their bathtub? They have a bathtub garden. Cool. I like it.
That's actually really good.
You should tell your dad. That's a great idea. I might need you to help me do my nail.
Whoa. Is that your chair?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well,
Oh, it slid down?
I guess so.
Yeah. Fuck, that scared the shit out of me.
That scared the shit out of me.
Fuck.
I'm glad I didn't actually hit the ground. That would have fucking hurt.
Well, now it's on the bar.
These chairs are stupid.
They are. I mean, have something for up north, I guess. Well,
If you want.
the beach is still there.
Jack, you're full of leaves. Oh, yeah. He really likes... I think fall is probably his favorite time of the year.
Crunchy.
Yeah, he loves running in big piles of leaves. Oh my god. Someone fucking raked their lawn on the river road. And I was just like, they left it on the sidewalk. And I was looking at it. I was like, oh my god, I want to do it so bad. Like, who would do this? So obviously they're waiting for the truck to come pick it up. And I'm like, oh, I want to fucking drive through this pile of leaves so bad. You don't even understand. I really thought about it. It's just like near the police station. So I was like, oh, maybe not.
I mean, it's only leaves.
It is, but I'm assuming a human being spent some effort into raking that pile of leaves or like
I mean, there's
gathering
wind.
them. So
Wind. You could have just jumped it in and been like, haha, and then right away.
I'm just like, no, that's why I was like, I went and swerved a little bit, and the guy behind me, there was like someone driving behind me. I'm like, oh, that guy's gonna be fucking pissed. I think he was driving like a nicer car, so I didn't want to get like leaves all over his car too. I also didn't want to get stuck because that car's a fucking piece of shit. I literally like walk by it and I'll just kick the car. Makes me feel better. Okay, let's eat. They're taters,
Yeah, I guess that's what it is. It's like mashed
potatoes.
potatoes, but they're like fried on a pan. Like if you were
Alamo Coco. They do that. I can't seem to get them to send me regular fucking home fries.
Yeah, I checked yours. You got regular.
Oh fuck yeah. I used to go to the fucking one on Notre Dame. They used to be really good. Like the service is really good. The girls that work there are nice. I need to do this in 2 trips. So much nail polish. That's all I have in my life is nail polish and clothes. So many paper boxes. Did I spray painted the thing?
Yeah.
I didn't order that job. Pissing off the lady next door. I thought it was funny. Because, like, I started doing it and there was nobody outside. Because it, like, it was like a nice day out. Like, so I figured, you know what? I'll go ahead and take advantage of this moment and I'm just gonna fucking get this shit done. Because I've been waiting to do it for like a week.
You're throwing this out, eh?
Throwing one out.
Mesh for your magnet door?
Yeah. And I just keep stepping on it and I keep cracking the fucking magnets. And I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck is that? I'm like, fucking stupid mesh thing. Never even fucking put it up. I wanted to bring it when we were going up north. I was gonna put it over the window. What? And because I wanted to do a camping night with Charlie or some shit, but being there overnight, being there for like 5 minutes fucking sucks. So being there overnight is difficult. Oh, my tooth. Oh, the toilet's gonna be so cold. Hi, Jack. What's up? My nose is swollen, Bobby. Hey. I really want to say that. Gotta go with my friend. Friendship never ends. It's gonna be my fucking 3rd time trying to find those Spice Girls VHSs. So hard to find any VHSs in English. hell did I eat? Okay. Why? I need to get more of my cereal, Cam. I need cereal. No. My poop smells like baby poops. Oh, it smells like a baby diaper. Oh, this sucks. You're finished pooping, you're just like sitting there, you're like, I don't want to fucking do this. Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh no.
Replaced with shaky footage as camera operators attempted to steady their lenses against the undulations of the sea. Nevertheless, the result was fairly similar. A transformation of individual stories of struggle and displacement into a media spectacle to be consumed over breakfast. Furthermore, as we'll see, throughout these reports there were similar implications as to what our emotional and political response to these channel crossings should be. In today's video, I'm going to focus on just one example of this coverage, a package which was broadcast as part of the BBC's flagship news and current affairs programme, Newsnight. We're going to explore the ways in which this report frames the channel crossings that it's reporting on, as well as asking what aspects of the way in which our media operates might have led to this framing. Alongside giving insight into how the British media is presently reporting on this particular event, I hope that this video will provide you with the ability to similarly critique other news reports that you're faced with and to take a critical approach to engaging with the news media. Before we dive into some of the theory that we'll be drawing upon, however, let me give you a brief rundown of what is contained within this report. I'm not going to show the full news report that we'll be discussing here for copyright reasons, although I have linked it in the description if you want to watch it in full. In this part of the video, I'm therefore going to provide a bit of an overview of what is contained within it. I'm going to do my best to undertake what Clifford Geertz might refer to as a thin description of the report, focusing as much as possible on simply stating what we can see and hear and leaving the analysis bit for in a moment. What I am going to do, however, is divide this broadcast package up into sections, which I think will aid our later discussion of it. So, as I see it, there are 6 main sections to this report. The first we'll call the introduction. In this 20-second long segment, we show a medium shot of 17 people heading towards the English coast in an inflatable dinghy. The reporter tells us that this is a dangerous way to cross the English Channel and establishes that the people in that boat are from Iraq. We'll call section 2 the numbers. In this section, which totals 46 seconds, the reporter tells us that the reason that the people in this boat are newsworthy is because there has been an increase in the number of people crossing the English Channel in this way during this year. He provides us with a series of statistics, telling us that
There were over 100 people picked up in the channel today, including young children. That's after a record 235 yesterday. It takes the total to more than 4,000 since January.
in section 3, which we'll call the Union, the reporter segues to an interview with a representative from the Union for Borders, Immigration and Customs. This interview section, which comes in at a whopping 1 minute and 10 seconds, again stresses the increase in the number of people crossing the English Channel and implies that this is making work difficult for Border Force officers. In one moment, which will be crucial to our discussion later, the interviewee tells the reporter that
they've had to start to wear body armour because so many folk are being brought in. There's not enough time to search them whilst they're still on the cutters, so they're coming onto the cruise on the quayside at Tughaven without having been searched, so the staff have to wear body armour.
We'll call section 4 the government. In this 24-second section, the reporter interviews Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, who suggests that people, he never tells us exactly which people, are frustrated at this increase in the number of these kind of channel crossings. He tells us that we all want them, by which he means these statistics, to come down, and begins to shift the focus of the conversation towards the actions of the French government, implicitly suggesting that they should be stopping people from leaving France in the first place. Section 5 I'm going to call the French. This section is 56 seconds long. Here, the focus on the action, or as it's implied, inactions of the French government continues. The reporter undertakes a further interview with the local MP, Natalie Elphicke, who, like Rishi Sunak, is a member of the right-wing Conservative Party. This MP is more direct in her criticisms of the French, telling the reporter that
more needs to be done because too many are breaking through and getting into Britain.
Section 6 will refer to as the saviours. In this final 24 seconds, we return to the boat with which we began. Its motor has broken and, against the backdrop of the White Cliffs of Dover, Border Force arrived to meet it. The reporter describes the people on board the boat as being picked up by Border Force, with no further indication as to what will happen to them next. Throughout this video, we're regularly going to return to this report in order to put some of the concepts surrounding the media and representation, which I'll be introducing, into practice in a deep analysis of it. We're going to question how the choices that have been made in research, reporting, filming, and editing work to encourage us to view the people situated in that boat at the opening of the video in a certain light. And we're also going to consider how this framing has been informed by the economic, institutional, and cultural workings of the media industry which produced it. In their 1988 book, Manufacturing Consent, Edward S. Herman and Noam Chomsky write that gaining a complete understanding of how the news media operates requires a macro alongside a micro, story-by-story view of media operations. In short, they argue that in trying to understand media bias, it's necessary to take account of both the big picture of who owns media outlets, how they're governed, and what their relationships are to other political, economic, and commercial institutions and actors, as well as the smaller picture of how this inflects individual reports. I want to begin by taking that micro view in order to establish some basic principles surrounding how news reports communicate and construct meaning. See, there are two polarizing views that people often have about how the news media works. Some people are of the opinion that the media constantly spins us outright lies about the world around us. Others are adamant that it is an oasis of truth amidst the desert of confusion that is our society. In the context of the so-called West in the present day, however, neither of these positions are entirely accurate. Whilst one can likely find some isolated examples, it is generally fairly rare for a mainstream media outlet to entirely fabricate a story, for them to claim that something happened which simply never did. Yet, this doesn't mean that they present us with unfiltered, objective truth either. I want to draw here on Stuart Hall's 1997 lecture, Representation and the Media, to suggest that we can draw a useful distinction between events and meaning. By an event, I mean a thing that is being reported on. In most instances, we can assume that the event on which a news report focuses did take place. Again, in our contemporary context, in the so-called West, complete fabrications are, if not non-existent, relatively rare. Nevertheless, the news clearly does more than simply point to an event and say, this happened. A great deal of emphasis in news reporting is put on not only highlighting the fact that an event has taken place, but also in telling us what it means. In the news package that we're focusing on in this video, the event is that on the morning of Friday, the 7th of August 2020, a BBC news crew came across 17 people in a dinghy in the English Channel. There was little doubt that this happened. I would also suggest that there is little doubt that, as the reporter goes on to tell us,
This crossing is dangerous and has cost lives.
once we move past section 1 of the report, what I've called the introduction, however, the reporter and the people he interviews are clearly doing something far more than simply highlighting the existence of this event. Instead, they are working to attach meaning to it, to tell us why we should view it as significant and what questions we should be asking about it. In some aspects of the report, the fact that meaning is being attached to this event is fairly clear. Take section 5, which I've called the French. Here, the local MP, Ashley Elphick, tells us that
So we need to see the French authorities really step up their game and stop boats leaving France.
in this interview we have a fairly clear attribution of meaning to this event. The fact that this boat is in the English Channel, Elphick encourages us to think, means that the French state is failing to police their borders strictly enough. Furthermore, meaning begets meaning. The indication that this event means that there is a problem with the way in which France polices its borders also more broadly encourages us to view people crossing national borders as something that we should be bothered by, perhaps even outraged at. As I mentioned a moment ago, however, this part of the report is an interview. And so the fact that the report is here going further than simply communicating the existence of an event and attributing meaning to it is, to an even mildly critical viewer, fairly obvious. Later in this video, we'll certainly question the decision to choose certain interviewees over others. What I want to focus on for now is the fact that this attribution of meaning also occurs in parts of the report which are framed as being relatively objective. Let's take section 2, which I've called the numbers, as an example. Here, the reporter moves away from describing the boat itself and those upon it and begins to provide us with some broader context. His focus is on the number of people that have crossed the English Channel in a similar way this year. And in some regards, the reporter is here simply giving us more information about the event being reported. Yet, we have to remember that there are myriad different contextual factors that could have been chosen to highlight. The reporter could have given us greater detail about why the people in that boat might have chosen to make such a dangerous journey, for example. This focus on the numbers, however, occludes any interpretation of this event which focuses on the welfare of the people in that boat, encouraging us instead to view them as little more than statistics that are broadly too hard. And of course, even such a focus on statistics could have been sympathetic to the people in that boat. It could have led to a discussion about how this crossing could be made safer. Nevertheless, taking into account the later interviews, it is evident that this section is laying the groundwork for an attribution of meaning to this event, which holds that, as the local MP later claims,
Too many are breaking through and getting into Britain.
the decision to focus on statistics therefore does more than simply add objective context to this event. It is intrinsically involved in the attribution of meaning to it. Shortly, we'll look at how the report doubles down on this line of thinking, working to frame the people in that boat not only as a statistical problem, but as a potential threat. What I want to emphasize here, however, is the broader discovery that we've made about the way in which news reports operate. Stuart Hall writes that the one thing you can say about an event is that there is no one true, fixed meaning about it. The true meaning of it will depend on what meaning people make of it, and the meanings that they make will depend on how it is represented. Hopefully you've seen that almost every aspect of a news report, even those which at first glance seem entirely objective, are still involved in the attribution of meaning to events. The question to ask of this and any other news report, therefore, is not necessarily, is this true, but how do choices that have been made in how to represent the event which this report focuses on work to encourage me to attribute certain meanings to it? If you're watching this video, however, my guess is that you want to be able to do more than identify the way in which the mainstream media attributes meaning to events. You likely want to be able to establish why certain meanings are foregrounded over others. In order to gain such an understanding, we therefore need to take a step back from our micro view of how the media works and take a look at the macro view. Something we're going to do here through the lens of Edward S. Herman and Noam Chomsky's 1988 book, Manufacturing Consent. In the previous section, we've hopefully established that objective, unbiased reporting is essentially impossible. Every aspect of a news report works not only to highlight the existence of events, but also to attribute meaning to them. In simple terms, bias in news reporting is inescapable. It is impossible to report on an event without also emphasizing certain interpretations of what it means, why we should be interested in it, and how we should respond to it. Yet, the biases that emerge from the impossibility of objective reporting in our contemporary media are not random. Although exceptional outlets and isolated instances of dissent exist, the mainstream media in the so-called West consistently works to attribute to the event which it reports on meaning which serves the interests of the economic and political elite. This is the central thesis of Edward S. Herman and Noam Chomsky's 1988 book, Manufacturing Consent, which argues that the bias present in the mainstream media so consistently works to serve the interests of the wealthy and powerful that we can describe it as operating on a propaganda model. The use of the term propaganda here is notable, given the context in which Herman and Chomsky's book was published. Manufacturing Consent was written and released at the tail end of the Cold War, And as John Fuzek has written, an enduring narrative of that period was that the Cold War represented a global struggle between the free world of US-led international capitalism and the slave world of Soviet-led international communism. This notion that the West was the locus of freedom extended into popular discourses surrounding the media. People living in the capitalist nations were encouraged to celebrate the fact that where the media in the USSR and the various countries under its sphere of influence were owned and tightly controlled by the state, they had access to numerous news sources which were free from official government censorship. Herman and Chomsky, however, argued that this freedom from formal government control did not and does not mean that the news produced by the US media was or is without bias. Instead, they argue that various aspects of the way in which the US media functions, including its ownership, how it is governed, and its relationships with other political, economic, and commercial institutions and actors, means that it consistently works to attribute meaning to the events that it reports on, which are favorable to the US government and US corporations, in a manner which is not as dissimilar to propaganda as we are often led to believe. While the result might be similar, however, Herman and Chomsky are clear that the process through which the US media, and that in similar advanced capitalist nations, comes to serve this propagandist function is quite different. Although cases of direct interference and censorship do exist, they argue that, for the most part, the process through which the media is encouraged to support the interests of those with the most power in our society is more subtle. They propose the existence of 5 filters, each representative of a different economic, institutional, or cultural aspect of the way in which the contemporary media operates, which any piece of news must pass through before reaching the general public. They write that these filters not only decide what is newsworthy in the first place, but also fix the premises of discourse and interpretation. Echoing our discussion in the previous section, these 5 filters therefore work to influence both what events get reported on, as well as what meanings come to be attributed to them. The first of these filters is the size, ownership, and profit orientation of the mass media. This filter primarily emphasizes the fact that most media entities in the US and similar countries are owned by a person or corporation with a vested interest in what gets published or broadcast by that outlet. Many owners of media companies will stress that they refrain from interfering in editorial decisions surrounding what is reported on and how. Nevertheless, they are ultimately responsible for hiring editors and other executive level staff who are always very aware of who pays their wages. While Jeff Bezos might not decide exactly what gets published in the Washington Post, for example, we'd be foolish to believe that the fact that everyone who works for that paper is aware of who their ultimate boss is doesn't have an impact on its reporting. Writing for the Columbia Journalism Review, Matthew Ingram has suggested that while the Washington Post has published articles which are not entirely flattering of Amazon, there is a sense that it sometimes pulls its punches, treating the company more favorably.
I was gonna try to cast it, but apparently you can do that on your TV.
Yeah.
A Fire Stick. You have any weed that's like rolled?
What?
Do you have any weed that's rolled?
Not really.
You feel like rolling a teeny weeny joint? Because yours is like way better.
Oh, my weed is way better?
Well, yeah, obviously.
Oh.
It's made in a lab.
Shit about it last time because it's ultra
I'm talking
sour.
shit about his company.
Saturday.
Talking shit about the companies that manufacture.
I don't like sour
diesel. I like diesel, but not the sour one. I don't like anything sour.
This is ultra sour.
Sour lemon, sour diesel. I'm not a fan. I don't know. Wait. I don't remember.
this one, I don't think they actually use the that growth stuff in it. Oh, there you go. Not like super compacted.
He is so awesome. I already love him more than I love
There's like a
Lisa.
couple
It
cents
says
in
here,
there
don't
that are
bother
loose.
naming him.
Some of
Stays
them
up
are a little
right here, and
compacted.
I'm able to strangle. I
Not
like
crazy.
Strangles. Hey, Reach, want to touch Strangles? He's not slimy at all. He's scaly.
Uh,
He's slimy. That's because I soaked him in slime.
Little something to trick your
Can you breathe?
Well, I can breathe out okay. Don't give Snake attention. What he will do.
that's fucked.
I'm okay.
That is fucked up. There are more than 100 terpenes in just one cannabis flower. Here are some of the most well-known terpenes right now, most of which you'll find in legal cannabis products in your area.
You know, it says that on the thing when you buy it. It says if it contains terpenes or not.
Don't ask me to show. You can't handle the doubt.
I'm going to show you to the principal and tell him all about it. Mine was as funny as his.
No one's arguing with you, lady. Now, can we just learn something? Oh, the snake's getting away!
All right. High times.
Snake was being there.
Okay. If you ask a botanist what is a terpene, they would most likely tell you that they are essential oils of plants. Furthermore, they are aromatic organic hydrocarbons. You'll find them in a variety of plants and even in some insects.
It's a big surprise.
See? The word terpene is searched about 5 times more now than it was 2 years ago. This is due to the interest generated by the cannabis industry. A decade ago, most growers and consumers were mainly concerned with one thing and one thing only: THC levels. Now many consumers are aware that cannabis terpenes are responsible for the distinct smell of each strain. Terpenoids are similar to the terpene with one minor difference. Terpenoids are terpenes that have been denatured. Ah, that is a big ass lie. Is that what that word is? Yeah, denatured by oxidation. There are also different names for various structures of a terpene can have. Monoterpenes, sesquiterpenes, and others are named after a number of isophrene units they contain. Monoterpenes contain 2 mono, obviously, but there are sesquiterpenes that are more complex terpenes that contain additional isophrene units. The interest in cannabis terpenes is due to more than just the smell. Research has suggested that when a terpene interacts with a cannabinoid receptor, They can assist or hinder the effects of cannabinoids. Since then, products high in terpenes have increased in popularity. More breeders, growers, and extractors are working to enhance flavor profiles of cannabis by maximizing and preserving terpene levels. Oh, God. Mm. Oh, yeah. So CBC was saying that CBD is a controlled substance. And any kind of buying or selling of the product is strictly through SQDC.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I said. I'm like, that's fucking bullshit. That is not even true. There's no altering chemical to it that you can make it a controlled substance. Like,
Just want control over the monopoly.
oh yeah, definitely. No, well, a bunch of people are trying to be like, well, remember Dr. Oz, the miracle pill. Miracle pill that'll help you lose weight. And they took him to court. And they're like, well, what's a miracle then? Like, I'm a salesman. What do you guys want from me? Ruin my life. But like, this is not like Dr. Oz wasn't the first person to be like, yo, take this and it'll fucking make everything better for you that you want better. And it's just like a placebo and people get upset about it. Like,
It works for some people.
but yeah, they're just upset that they feel more tricked than anything. And they don't even care that it actually fixed the underlying problem. God, I hate you.
Like most comedians, I've always enjoyed and admired the work of Jon Stewart. I particularly enjoyed his recent interview with you, where he was asked about Donald Trump.
Joe Rogan
I've recently
called out,
received
or like,
criticism
not
for
called out,
being
but
very sympathetic
did a
towards
shout out
Trump,
to
and more notably still,
this guy, Russell
Trump
Brand.
supporters. I felt really attacked by that. That's why I took
It was like,
particular interest in Jon Stewart, who, let's face it, is regarded as a comedian of the left.
He was saying that he's really good at doing his new little shindig that he's got going here.
About identifying the weak points in the guardrails.
And it's surprising that Russell Brand is like this guy now.
About this in the past, that Donald Trump has also identified.
This is a weird fucking conversation between them. Like,
candidates for Secretary of State in battleground states, candidates who are all.
Jon Stewart just like is completely not.
I think we make a mistake focusing this all on Donald Trump as though he's, I don't know, Magneto and some incredible supervillain that has changed the very nature and temperature of
Jon
the United
Stewart?
States. Like, he's just been an
Jon
effective
Stewart's
president.
super political.
Again,
He
like,
goes to Congress all the time.
he's not singing new songs. I think it's a mistake to focus it all on this one individual.
Well, that's why he doesn't do his show anymore. Because he went into politics.
It's disappointed that he's not getting Jon Stewart offering up unquestioning critiques, condemnations,
even slurs about Donald Trump, because for years, for the entirety of the presidency and in the immediate aftermath, there has been a kind of continual espousal of negativity. And what I think is also important about what Jon Stewart seems to be indicating is that there's an infatuation with reductivism and simplification in the type of media that we often critique on this channel, of just saying, oh, this individual is really bad. If you get rid of this individual, everything will be okay. Never acknowledging that this individual's popularity is based on something, and it's based, in my opinion, on the deficit of order and clear objectives around helping ordinary Americans from the more socially inclined party, the Democrats. That's like where I feel much of
mental health
lies. And I feel that populism and particular kind of nationalist populism can only really
governments never ever want to address mental health and actually like
taken care of, that their voices are being heard, that anyone
I call it
and that there's
something else.
In politics.
Domestic abuse, drug abuse, fucking blame it on this and that, send them to rehab, put them in churches and shit. Like,
trust them, they've got values, whatever. For me, broadening that conversation out, inviting
people are unhappy with their lives, clearly.
Absolutely vital. I don't register now, I don't think, anywhere on that spectrum. I don't feel excited by anything that's happening anywhere in politics, except for movements that are like grassroots movements that are about the empowerment of ordinary people. I'm just grateful to hear Jon Stewart, who's a comedian who's able to say some things, note his comments about Wuhan and the Wuhan lab. I like seeing him speaking in this way rather than sort of towing the line, as it were.
And not to focus it more on, you know, the idea that power is its own reward, whether it be in the financial industry or in government. Like, power doesn't seed itself.
Of course, the main thing is CNN have a complex relationship with Donald Trump. Whilst they pour vitriol on him as a figure, condemn him and everything he stands for, they absolutely require him and need him. The heyday, the purple patch, the biggest boon in CNN's history coincided with the presidency and tenure of Donald Trump, and all of them.
I don't know if that's the I think I got drunk last night.
Criticizing Donald Trump.
I think I got, like, because I put some tequila in my OJ. I just poured it into the bottle because there was like not that much left.
So what they really
I think I didn't realize how much I drank.
Excuse me,
So it's like, I don't
talking about Donald Trump,
I don't know what
so
the
we
fuck
don't
I ate
seem
last night.
absolutely irrelevant because nobody's interested
My
in
shit was like
watching any of
nuclear
our
green.
content except for Donald Trump content.
And it smelled like
Would you
baby
say something
diaper,
about
like
Donald
baby
Trump? I
poop.
don't think that Donald Trump's really the issue. No,
Yeah,
he
just
isn't.
take a
But
bath.
could you talk about Donald Trump anyway?
I have no idea. I'm trying to remember what the
Better
fuck I
way
ate.
to balance that power.
I have no idea what the fuck I ate. And then, like, I fucking apparently do.
Workers on both
Usually I fall
sides
asleep
and
smoking my joint, but I didn't get to fucking rolling it.
No, John, you're talking about power in a complex way now, and in a way that doesn't have a cartoonish figure at the front of it that I can criticize and
You want
get
to see if
those
there's
impressions
OJ in the
like
fridge?
self.
I think that might be
Again,
it though.
Donald
But it's
Trump.
not open.
Well, I think the power is a little more complicated than that. There's various institutions and relationships between these institutions, ongoing corruption that we've seen for
Oh, I forgot
centuries
to
in
make ice
the party
bags.
now, and it's difficult for people to be engaged with politicians when they all seem like cookie-cutter politics. No, John, it's Donald Trump. He's going crazy. He's got devil horns. Say something.
I don't know that autocracy is purely the
No?
domain of Donald Trump. I think that we all have a bit of a tendency to be like,
And it's the one
to
that's right
grant
here.
amnesty to people that are doing things that we would prefer, even if that means that they're slightly undemocratic.
It's funny.
Yeah, it's not even
we've
open.
got the clips just for Joe Shirt bits. The
Look
guy
at
was
that.
an old time just thinking about someone really disappointed
look
if
at
I was
the back.
talking about Donald Trump. Like Donald Trump's his favourite character, and he just
Well,
needs
hopefully I
Donald
don't.
Trump to be spoken about. While Jon Stewart
It was
continually
like a buck
insists
29.
talking about the complexity of institutional power, the meaninglessness
What was I gonna-
of democracy
Oh,
in its
talk about-
form. Oh, a lot of this guy's just like, we got to do something about Donald Trump.
So I think our focus
November.
unhealthily on this one individual comes at the price of systems and dynamics that have been in place long before this cat ever learned how to surf those waves.
I always think we're trying to understand this aspect of American social political life. It's important to consider the era that preceded Trump, Trump himself and his administration and the post-Trump era. Before Trump, Trump, after Trump. Look at it as one kind of continuum, one phenomena. On an institutional and financial level, no one was doing anything. No one's offering any vision. No one's talking to blue-collar Americans. No one's doing anything other than insignificant gestures to sort of release little valves of social tension without changing the systemic corruption that exists throughout American and indeed British and indeed perhaps global politics. Why did a figure like Trump arise? If you go back and watch again, Trump doing their primaries on Fox, he's hilarious. He's funny, he's quick, he's authentic, he's talking like a real normal person. It's no wonder that people connected with him. No wonder. If you can't see that, you don't know much about politics and you don't know much about entertainment. I'm saying that the changes required are way beyond any individual. So even if you despise Trump or love Trump, Trump can't make no difference without significantly altering the political landscape, which he's not in a position to do, whether that's his intention or not. As you know, I don't believe it was. I believe that he's a sort of a billionaire property developer and has the mindset of a billionaire property developer. I think we need decentralized power where you run your own life, where you don't need a Trump or a Biden or a Kennedy or anybody, because you run your own lives. You vote for yourself, believe in yourself. These things are possible. They're at least as possible as the chaos we're living in right now.
I think there's always been the danger that a minority of voices would have a majority of power. I mean, in a lot of ways, that's baked into the way that the system was created and enacted. We've elevated money and corporate power to this one level. We've diminished sort of pure democratic power to another level, and we're wildly out of balance.
There you go, Jon Stewart offering some critical thinking on the problems of institutional power, some of which, in his words, are inceptual in American democracy or baked into the Constitution, that the power is concentrated and consolidated in a few hands, and that tendency seems somehow to increase, which means, I suppose, conversely, decrease. And unless those systems have changed, there's really no point in criticizing individual figures. But the criticism of individual figures does bring about ratings. It is simpler. It's easier for all of us to understand, oh, I don't like this person gets on my nerves. Like, we respond like that because of our nature, our ability to sort of read faces and make judgments based on charisma and style and all sorts of significant interpersonal contributory factors that may not be so significant when played out on the vast map of political and financial power. So I would say that's a great interview for Jon Stewart, and the more that voices from across the political spectrum start to point out the true nature of the challenges we face, the more likely it is that conversation will start to include real solutions, which ultimately, in my opinion, boil down to folk having control over their own lives and own communities, decentralizing power where possible, breaking up monopolies, breaking up atrophying state power, ossified state power, and create something new and vibrant and joyful, truthful, authentic, and honest. Is that too much to ask? You tell me in the comments below. Let me know what you think about this video. Let me know what I've missed. Let me know what you want to see me talk about. Subscribe to this channel if you want to subscribe to it. If you enjoyed this video, have a look at that one. And if you want to meditate now,
Dr. Ethan Russo, MD, the Director of Research and Development at Institutional Cannabis and Cannabinoids Institute, and a Senior Medical Advisor to GW Pharmaceuticals, found CBD antagonized the effects of THC during a study in 2006. Further research found the presence of other cannabinoids in combination with THC to enhance the overall effects. Oh, no shit. After research illustrated that the synergistic or the entourage effect between two cannabinoids, Dr. Rosso went on to study the synergistic effects of cannabinoids and terpenes. Rosso research on cannabinoid synergy concluded that terpenoid content offers complementary pharmacological activities that may strengthen and broaden clinical applications and improve the therapeutic index of cannabis extracts. There are hundreds of terpenes. Each one of the new extent study, not to mention percent. Wow. Top 10 most commonly found in cannabis: limonene. Okay. Those are a bunch of weird fucking names. No. I'd rather watch 5 million.
This is a story about science, education, YouTube, and most importantly, money. It's a story about what happens when the desire to educate.
He looks like Matt Proctor. That's what Jenna's baby daddy looked like, her first one. And he had like those like that rage problem where like he would just like go beat red in the face. And he was just like just like fucking full on freak out. We're like, oh shit. And he like had medication he was supposed to take and be like, Matt, you take your meds.
I like that. He would like turn like he was white, and when he gets angry, his face would turn like red like that.
Yeah, like tomato red. Yeah, it's funny.
Potassium released a video titled "Why You Should Want Driverless Cars on Roads Now." It featured the channel's host and founder Derek Muller making a characteristically compelling argument for the embrace of autonomous vehicles, attempting to debunk the anxiety some people feel about having driverless cars lose some public roads. Muller asserts that self-driving vehicles are actually far safer than their human alternatives and have the potential to save lives and greatly improve contemporary urban life. A large part of the video is delivered from the backseat of one of a fleet of driverless taxis currently operated in Phoenix, Arizona by Waymo, the successor to Google's self-driving car project. All in all, it amounts to a good of what it means, why we should be interested in it, and how we should respond.
Every day you make moves. Some are big,
I hate you.
and some are small.
Yet, the biases that emerge from the impossibility of objective reporting in our contemporary media are not random. Although exceptional outlets and isolated instances of dissent exist, the mainstream media in the so-called West consistently works to attribute to the events which it reports on meaning which serves the interests of the economic and political elite. This is the central thesis of Edward S. Herman and Noam Chomsky's 1988 book, Manufacturing Consent, which argues that the bias present in the mainstream media so consistently works to serve the interests of the wealthy and powerful that we can describe it as operating on a propaganda model. The use of the term propaganda here is notable, given the context in which Herman and Chomsky's book was published. Manufacturing Consent was written and released at the tail end of the Cold War. And, as John Fuzek has written, an enduring narrative of that period was that the Cold War represented a global struggle between the free world of US-led international capitalism and the slave world of Soviet-led international communism. This notion that the West was the locus of freedom extended into popular discourses surrounding the media. People living in capitalist nations were encouraged to
Imagine Canada was just like
the media in the US
the actual superpower country, and we just use like America as like our front.
Controlled by the state. They had access to numerous news sources which were
It never made sense. Everyone was just like letting things go. Oh, Canada, it's good. Canada, take care of it.
Argued that this freedom from formal government control did not and does not.
Like we still respond to the Queen.
Media was is
all this cover up.
Instead, they argue
like the United States was like Quebec, separating.
Including its ownership, how it is governed, and its relationships with other political, economic, and commercial institutions and actors.
Everybody is terrible.
To attribute meaning to the events that it reports on, which are favorable to the US government and US corporations, in a manner which is not as dissimilar to propaganda as we are often led
Move to Africa.
While the result might be similar, however, Herman and Chomsky are clear that the process through which the US media and that in similar advanced capitalist nations comes to serve this propagandist function is quite different.
Australia could have been cool, but apparently shit's fucking hitting the fucking fan down there. But what's great is they're all just beating the shit out of each other. Well, because like they don't really have like weapons like the States does. But the army was fucking going around fucking arresting civilians, beating the shit out of fucking people. People are filming it, being like, somebody has to come here and like do something because our military is literally beating the shit out of civilians. Like,
our discussion in the previous section, these 5 filters therefore work to influence events,
they govern themselves, like,
meanings come to be attributed
but
to. The first of these filters is the size, ownership, and profit orientation of the mass media. This filter primarily emphasizes the fact that most media entities in the US and similar countries are owned by a person or corporation with a vested interest in broadcast by
they don't want to waste your money.
Many owners of media companies will stress that they refrain from interfering in editorial decisions surrounding what is reported on.
Can you grab the ones that are thrown under my
Nevertheless, they
dog's
are
toy?
ultimately responsible for hiring editors and other executive level staff who are always very aware of who pays their wages. While Jeff Bezos might not decide exactly what gets
Fuck Jeff
published in the
Bezos!
Post, for example,
Stupid ass bald fucking motherfucker!
that everyone who works for that paper is aware of who their ultimate boss is doesn't have an impact on its reporting. Writing for Columbia Journalism Review, Matthew Ingram suggested that while the Washington Post has published articles which are not entirely flattering of Amazon, there is a sense that it sometimes pulls its punches, treating the company more favorably than it might treat others. In a broader sense, we have to be aware that media organizations are themselves companies that operate within and benefit from the existing capitalist organization of society. As a result, they are much less likely to publish articles which are overly critical of that system. The second of Herman and Chomsky's proposed filters is the advertising license to do business. This filter highlights that news outlets of all forms are highly reliant on advertising revenue. Even if one pays for a newspaper or news channel, this often doesn't even cover the cost of operation. Advertising is thus an important revenue stream for most media companies. The result, write Herman and Chomsky, is that with advertising, the free market does not yield a neutral system in which final buyer choice decides. The advertiser's choices influence media prosperity and survival. In short, media entities do not only live or die based on whether they appeal to the general public or not, but also on how they appeal to advertisers. Again, it's not necessarily the case that Nestle will refuse to advertise in a commercial breaks of a newscast unless they promise never to say that Smarties
That was my dog
are
snoring.
delicious. But in a broader sense, that advertisers
Sounded
are
like a
less
fucking
likely to
lawnmower.
seek out and advertise with broadcasters or publications too critical of the various economic, cultural, social, and political structures from which they benefit. In truth, this is not always entirely motivated by a desire to defend capitalism. It is as likely to be influenced by the fact that news coverage which focuses too heavily on ingrained systemic injustice is pretty unlikely to be buying the news. Either way, the result is that it tends to be far easier to attract advertisers by defending the status quo than by criticizing it. Herman and Chomsky titled their third filter Sourcing Mass Media News. This filter highlights the fact that news organizations have to get their news from somewhere. And, write Herman and Chomsky, the media cannot afford to have reporters and cameras at all places where important stories might break. Economics dictates that they concentrate their resources where significant news often occurs, where important rumours and leaks abound, and where regular press conferences are held. Newspapers and broadcasters in the US, for example, will, for reasons of ease, usually have reporters who are permanently based at the White House, the Pentagon, and the New York Stock
Sarah Sanders probably was like
this means that they are constantly present, ready to
the best one that like she was probably the best one at her job. That bitch could spin anything. That bitch could make any fucking like bad press and like fucking scandal come out as like fucking you are now a saint.
That was that big girl with like.
Wait, oh yeah, with the big broad chin and she always wore pearls. Her dad was like one of I think Bush's like best friends or something like that. Or I think her dad was one of the people that reported for like did press conferences for I think the Bush senior. Something like that.
Their ability to do their job well.
Our Canadian government's like that. I was watching fucking Trudeau Senior and he was arguing with that fucking little midget native lady that like was employed for a month and now has like a $230,000 a year fucking pension because like Trudeau fired her. Yeah, she accidentally said it on fucking Zoom. I forgot to turn her mic off. And she fucking everyone knows that she makes like $230,000 a year now. Even though she worked for like a month, they put one fucking bill on her table, and she was like, I don't know, I don't feel comfortable with this. I feel very uncomfortable about this. And they're like, it's your fucking job. Like, and she was like, I want to do an investigation. Like, I want to do an investigation. And they're like, hey, fine, do the investigation. She's like, okay, well, I'm still not comfortable with this. Like, are you on the team or not?
In this case, the media has proven relatively resilient, absorbing this flack and continuing.
No, the whole thing is fucking. I didn't know that both their parents were in politics. Like,
such campaigns can prove highly effective, encouraging news agencies to desist from covering certain topics in the future in order to avoid having the hassle of having to firefight these outrage campaigns. The final filter in Herman and Chomsky's propaganda system is anti-communism as a control mechanism. This final filter emphasizes the way in which Red Scare tactics are used to paint even mild, liberal critiques of the US, its government, and the capitalist system on which it functions as being anti-patriotic, verging on outright evil. Herman and Chomsky write that even liberals, often accused of being pro-communist or insufficiently anti-communist, are kept continuously on the defensive in a cultural milieu in which anti-communism is the dominant religion. As we've seen in the coverage surrounding the socialist and social democrat politicians who have risen to prominence in the past few years, the end of the Cold War has not ended this.
Why do people like Elon Musk? He's so creepy.
Being too heavily critical of the US government or American capital.
Dumb.
Is therefore heavily discouraged. Even when the media points to instances of injustice, it is often hesitant to attribute them to ingrained structural phenomena. Herman and Chomsky's goal in outlining these filters was to articulate how a capitalist media industry, devoid of formal censorship, can still operate in a manner not dissimilar to propaganda. A key focus throughout manufacturing consent, for example, is the way that these filters encourage the US media
But people are always
to
so sure.
uncritically support US foreign
Like,
policy positions. Every bit
and then they tell
simply
other people that they're wrong. Like,
operated by the government itself. Let's take this
like,
propaganda model then.
I don't know. After that video of that test of the bulletproof car or whatever, and like, windows that don't break. This is something that is like not new. This was done years ago. Like, this is not modern technology. You can't even figure that out. Like, not just one window, all of them. Like, that was bad. That was really bad. Like, why would anybody trust this motherfucker's credibility? Oh yeah, I went on that thing. I had pictures on that thing. I had pictures on that fucking Ferris wheel.
Oh.
It's open even in the winter. Niagara Falls.
Permanent Chomsky's filters were conceived with
It's like a 6-hour drive.
I've been on like the mountain.
In
There
most
was all the
cases,
stores
however,
and
the
stuff
model
like
behaves
that.
remarkably well.
Hard Rock
I think
Cafe.
I remember stepping like on the side. There's like, is there a thing there like that?
Whether
There's a drop off.
this video
Yeah, like
differs
Rainbow.
the US part of the falls, and then there's the
As some of you
Canadian
might be aware,
part.
the
You were like way far
a
down.
commercial entity,
Yeah.
but a public broadcaster. Funded by Wall
No, I was like where the
Street
tourist site is, where like there's like the hotel,
anyone living in the UK who watches
and there's like the peak where you
As
can
none
look
of the
off.
BBC's channels carry advertising,
I was like
we can therefore put
directly
to one
across
side Permanent Chomsky's
from that
second
little peak,
filter, the
the
advertising
Rainbow Bridge.
message.
That's what it used to be. The
Because
bridge
the
fell
BBC
down.
simply doesn't have to put any thought into pleasing advertisers. And also, for reasons of time,
Apparently you can
going to
still
skip
see a
over
piece of
Herman
it
Chomsky's fifth filter,
down in the water.
anti-communism as a control mechanism.
Mm.
That's not because I don't think it's relevant to the
There's
context
also
of
a
the UK
little
or
fucking
to the
shipwreck boat
BBC.
right
The
before the
reason
falls.
BBC started producing
Oh,
news
yeah.
bulletins
Yep,
in the
it's
first
like
place
fucking
was so
shipwreck
that
on a
they could
rock.
assist the UK government in bringing an end to the
But
general
what was
strike
it? I think it was like
and throughout its
a big
history,
piece of it
has
broke
always
off
felt the need to prove its
because like
anti-communist
fucking water started flooding.
During the Cold War, it asked
When the water got higher, a
every
big
to
piece fucking
respective
broke off,
employees
and like
to
some
meet
guy actually went to
potential
retrieve the piece
During
because it had like
1984
fucking got caught somewhere like a little bit further down. So he went out and retrieved it. He gave it to like the daughter of the guy who fucking used to drive that ship or that little boat. And she was like crying and shit. He was like, "Cause I fucking see it every day. Like I patrolled it, like this part of the falls. So like I've been looking at this boat every day. So it means something to me too." I was like, "Ah, this is very cute." I did actually a bunch of touristy things. It was like $70, and it's like Ripley's Believe It or Not. That was actually really fun. The Wax Museum was okay. It's interesting, I guess. It's a weird concept to me. I don't know. But at the end of it, they have like those weird, like you can choose to go out or you can go into like the haunted house. I don't know why. They're really the haunted houses down there. Like I didn't get to go into the big one because it was like 21 plus or something, and I was like 20. I was like, seriously? I'm like 20 years old and I'm like fucking getting carted at the fucking haunted house. It's fucking retarded. Anyway. Or no, I think I was 18 and you had to be like 19 to get into the haunted house.
Yeah, I remember going to the Ripley's and the Wax Museum.
The Ripley's was really fucking cool. I like the fucking tunnel where it's like a bridge and it's like it gives you vertigo. Oh, that thing is really. I was just like standing in it for the longest time, so I totally got high before I went.
I remember the haunted houses that they had there, and then there was like the arcade thing.
I went to the arcade.
Yeah, it had like what was it? It was like the big coin wheel there.
Yeah.
Like, you drop coins in, and it's supposed to like push things out, but yeah.
That thing is rigged.
Yeah, it is. I got a couple of them one time. I got like 20 coins, but that was it.
Oh.
Okay. Back in the machine you go.
I went to that hot dog place that it's attached to the arcade.
Yeah.
Instead of the like giant ass window where it's like stools, and it's like right on the sidewalk. I went into the Rainforest Cafe, and their bar stools are fucking legs of animals, like a fucking zebra leg. is a bar stool. I was like, that is fucking genius. Like, and then there's like a giraffe leg. There's a bunch of fucking weird, like, fucking rainforest or like safarian animals. And then they have like the bar. The bottom part is fish tank. There's like live fish in it. I was like, who the fuck cleans this? Must be a fucking bitch to clean. Well, it's probably they have like the little robot thing that goes around cleaning it. There was like also a giant bubble wall. I was just like, oh my god, I need a bubble wall. And it's just like constantly like bubbles going up.
That's cool.
It was fucking amazing. I was just like, I want to live here. I want to live in this fucking rainforest cafe. I fucking didn't even look at the menu. I couldn't afford it. Like I was like a teenager, so.
It's like you have to have a pump to like blow a bubble every once in a while.
Well, it's like you're living in a fish tank.
Yeah.
What was the other thing? Oh, I did a underground glow in the dark mini putt. But then there was like a bunch of like young little 16-year-old girls that were like, I don't know, trying to bully me, I guess. And I was like, I'm literally here with like significant other. Like, what is happening? And I was just like, oh, okay. Well, we're just gonna fucking meat put the shit out of this. Or I think we actually let them go ahead because we were just like, fuck them. Fuck bitches. There was somewhere else. Oh, there was like those arcades that fucking had those 3D fucking roller coaster things.
Yeah.
That was kind of actually cool. But you did like you got and the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel was fucking fun as shit, and they have like a bunch of fucking dinosaur statues and shit everywhere. But there's like a dinosaur mini putt, but it was closed because I think they closed it during the winter. I guess.
There's only one place where it was like a pirate ship. Like literally just one big giant pirate ship.
Probably in the States?
I think yeah, Maine.
Yeah, I've been to that one.
Yeah, it's like on the highway.
Yeah, I've been to that one.
Through the town. Yeah. Cool strip.
There was this really cool place that we stopped at once. It was on the way to Cape Cod. I think it was in Philly or something, or in Boston. And it was like a seal show? They had like a bunch of like giant seals, and they would like dive up and like crisscross, and they would hit balls on strings with their noses. Like they would stand on diving boards and they would hold stuff like fish, I guess, off the diving board, and they would dive up and grab the fish. Yeah, it was like 3 giant ass fucking seals, and like you can actually go up and pet them after. And like they would spray you with water and shit and fucking slap water at you.
I might have missed that.
It was, but like, it was like the place that was like the size of the Palladium. It was really small, like, but we only stopped there once, and it was really, really cool. The trampoline place was fucking amazing, Cameron. It was literally a slab of cement. Someone took a field, put a slab of cement, and then cut holes, like a bunch of like square holes in it, and fucking put like I guess like pebbles at the bottom. And then did fucking trampolines in the squares, and put a hut over top, like it's a little park. And it's just they did a bunch of fucking trampolines, and they had a lot of jump to them. They were really, really fun. But I think they closed like the year after we went. I must have been like 7. But like that was actually it's a really cool concept. Like, and they just had like wood around the frame, so it's not like sharp. Yeah. And so it covers like the fucking the springs, so the kids have no way of touching the springs. But it was actually really, really fun, and it was like fucking. I'm pretty sure it was free, or I think like we paid like $5 or something, and it's just like there's like fucking 50 of them. It was really cool. I'd like to do that.
There was a place kind of just off the boardwalk because you're kind of going up a hill, but there's a t-shirt shop, and you can
go in and you can have whatever you want
I did that.
written on the t-shirt.
In Maine? Yeah, no, I walked that strip for like an entire week, all day.
Farm shrimp on the beach, but right by the boardwalk. They were good. They were little tiny things that came in.
Yeah, popcorn shrimp is so good.
Yeah, it was so
No, Mario's Pizza. I want to go there so bad. Honestly, you could smell it from like where we were staying, and I was just like, I was like, what is that? What is that? I literally followed it was like a Disney cartoon where I was just like, I need to find out what that smell is, and I found Mario's. I still have their card, and I was just like, do you sell slices of pizza? I was like, indeed, we do. Like, hence the pizza behind me. But it was like Old Tony's, like old Tony's, where it was just like thick and like the cheese was like, what's that movie? All Dogs Go to Heaven, where they're eating the cheese pizza, just like that. Just fucking the best pizza I've ever had in my life.
When Tony's didn't cheap out. That's
Oh.
what sucks now. Everyone's cheaping out. They're like, oh, everything's so expensive.
Then fucking like that's how business works. You fucking adapt. Like,
And they did. They chose to go cheap. That's
and
what
they
they
also
did.
fired all their employees. Marshall used to work there. The retarded guy. I think he's autism. Yeah, is he? Yeah, he's got autism. But he was actually a really sweet guy. A little bit creepy though. Here.
Oh, you can have the rest. I like my ass cream.
Okay. Ooh, pretty.
And apparently, you can use your own pictures and put that on there.
Previous section.
No, it's okay. I don't need to look at my own pictures. It's
You
weird.
can say, like, oh, look at my fish.
Oh yeah, okay. I was gonna say like a lot of bitches have a lot of selfies, so like that's a weird thing.
Hold on, let me take a selfie.
Just like looking at pictures of yourself.
An executive committee led by the Director General. Ostensibly, this governance structure means that, despite its public ownership, the BBC is independent from the UK government. In reality, however, the relationship between the British government and the BBC is fairly similar to that which we suggested likely exists between Jeff Bezos and the Washington Post. As Tom Mills argues in his book, The BBC, Myth of a Public Service, the BBC has never been independent in the sense that its most enthusiastic supporters imagine. Senior executives are all political appointees, and its major source of funding, the licence fee, and its constitution are both routinely set by governments, a fact which inevitably influences its reporting.
Well, no
Even if the
shit.
government might not generally intervene in the day-to-day running of the BBC, then it both chooses who runs it and has control over its primary source of income. This leads to huge conflicts of interest. In September 2020,
Oh.
Tim Davie took over as Director General of the BBC, again essentially its biggest boss. Davie, who was appointed under a Conservative government, has himself ran for public office as a Conservative Party candidate and was, for a time, the Deputy Chairman
What?
of the Conservative Party. It's therefore fair to say that he's not a particularly independent figure. Even if such egregiously partisan appointments are not being made, the fact that the government holds the BBC's purse strings has, since its inception, led to it giving a much fairer hearing to whichever political party has been in office at any given time. This is all acutely irrelevant to the report that we're discussing in this video. For the present Conservative Party administration has been obsessed with immigration. The party won the December 2019 general election on the slogan, "Get Brexit Done." And although other reasons for supporting the UK leaving the EU do exist, immigration was certainly the defining issue of the Brexit referendum. The focus was supposedly on migration between countries within the EU. Nevertheless, the talking points of pro-Brexit campaigners consistently tapped into a much broader anti-immigrant sentiment, and the present government has made reducing immigration a key priority. This has included not only reducing the numbers of economic migrants coming to the UK, but also those travelling to Britain in order to claim refugee status. The BBC Newsnight report that we're discussing in this video constantly works to promote this agenda. I've already highlighted the way in which the reporter focuses on numbers and statistics, encouraging us to interpret the arrival of this boat on the British coast as representative of a problem in which, to once again quote the local MP interviewed in the broadcast,
too many are breaking through and getting into Britain.
as I mentioned before, this focus on numbers works to
Terrible.
any interpretation of this event which focuses on the welfare of the people in that boat. Later, when the representative from the Union for Borders, Immigration and Customs tells us that border patrol agents have had to stop wearing body armour, this takes an even darker turn, and we're encouraged to view the people in that boat as a potential threat. We do have to recognise that both these statements are made by interviewees rather than the reporter himself. Yet, neither the premise that there are too many people arriving at the UK border or the idea that they might be a threat is ever questioned. The opportunity to point out that the UK gives sanctuary to far less refugees than Germany, Italy, France, Austria, or Sweden, for example, is completely passed by, as is the opportunity to engage in any kind of discussion surrounding the UK's duty under international law to provide sanctuary for refugees, or the moral question of whether we might do so out of our ethical obligation to our fellow human beings. Instead, even when questioning members of the ruling Conservative Party, the report consistently works to frame this issue in terms favourable to the government's anti-immigration and anti-refugee agenda. One key factor in why this is the case has to be the fact that the government ultimately has control over the BBC's future. If we skip over Herman and Chomsky's advertising-related filter, we arrive at filter 3, sourcing mass media news. The most relevant focus here is on the choices that have been made surrounding who was interviewed during this report. The first thing that we might note is that of the two politicians that are interviewed in this broadcast, both are from the Conservative Party. Despite the BBC being required by its charter to apply due impartiality in its reporting, neither the opposition party, Labour, nor any other political party are given the opportunity to provide their response to this story. What's more interesting to my mind, however, is the broader imbalance in terms of which relevant perspectives are given voice within this piece. For the longest interview contained within this report, comprising a quarter of its total runtime,
Okay, for
is
breakfast.
petition with a representative of the Union for Borders, Customs and
Oh my
Immigration.
God.
On the face of it, what we have here is simply a contribution from someone on the ground. Someone who is not a politician, but is here to tell us what the past few months have been like for those working with the asylum seekers who've been making these channels.
It's okay, I know how to deal with
On
it.
one page of its website,
Buying
the
me
Union
fat
for Borders,
food.
Customs and
I
Immigration describes itself
create
as
with
lawless,
Nutella. It's
founded
supposed to
by
be
operational
hazelnut
staff
Mhm.
for operational
with
staff.
strawberries and
Elsewhere on the same
bananas.
site, however, it decries the radical
Bacon,
left-wing
those sausage,
politics
Mhm.
of
and
trade
scrambled
unions.
eggs. I did
The
it.
Federation
And I
into
got a
which
Boca
the
Cheeto.
unions are affiliated.
Perfect.
Did it.
In short, this is a
Don't pop
deeply political right-wing union.
Oh.
Only took you 5 fucking years.
Union that represents border force
What'd you
agents
say?
is
Only
going
took you
to
5
provide
fucking
response
years.
which focuses
5
on the
years?
concerns of those
I know
agents.
the breakfast.
Wait, 6 years?
But
you always change what breakfast place you like.
Well, what was that other place? Like,
Cafe
like
Benedict.
expectation?
I think so, yeah. It's all like the egg on it.
Everyone that they met so far has been
It was the one that kept fucking like making scrambled in a bowl and then putting it on a pan and then slicing it into strips. And I was just like, what the fuck is this? It was just like, it looked like someone took the rubber gloves for washing dishes and just like cut them into strips. And that's what exactly what it tasted like too. It was horrible. I was like, who the fuck qualifies this as scrambled eggs? What?
There's that one place I want to try. I want to try their egg. How they do it. They like, I think they put like
Don't say milk.
We only hear from the asylum
rice and
seekers
sour
themselves.
pork underneath it or
When the
something
reporter
like
on the
that.
boat shouts,
And they
"Where are
make
you
this,
from?"
like,
at them, and they
cake
reply
thing It gets scrambled
It's a
eggs.
bowl.
Even taking into account the fact that it would perhaps have been difficult to conduct a proper interview with the people in the boat,
fold it in
it's
a
still
way
pretty revealing
so
that
like
not a
all the
single
inside
word
is
is
like
included from a
it's kind of
petition or a
scrambled, but it's like a
charity
little bit
sympathetic
gooey
to
at
the
the same
Yeah.
time.
to make this thing.
And then when you put it on it,
We
it
have to
like
attribute
floats
Easy
on top
over.
of it,
this to the team
and
who
then you
researched
cut it,
and
and then it just
compiled this
unfolds, and it's like
Yeah, it's also important to recognize that
easy
it is
over
also a
scrambled
result
kind
to
of
some of
feel.
the broad
Because like
factors
apparently
discussed
it
in
makes a
the previous
difference.
section
Yeah,
surrounding
you know when you have
who
it, I don't know if
has
you had it. Like,
I've already
my dad
discussed
used
the
to
way in
make
which the
soft
media
boiled
having
eggs, cut them
dedicated
all
Yeah.
in a bowl of
based
salt,
that
pepper, or
That's
whatever.
my mom. That's what my mom does. It's so, and I'm like, what? If I do it, it tastes not the same. Like it's still good, but
Soft boiled, I think, is like 2 minutes.
she puts like fucking like 2 cups of mayonnaise or something disgusting like that. I was like, and she was like, it's the masher that I use. She uses a potato masher. I was just like, oh.
Just like cut up the egg.
media coverage is by having dedicated
She is a potato masher, but the things are really like thin and the holes are really spaced apart. So if you just like poop, it just chops it, and then she just tosses it into the bowl. I was just like, oh. Because mine kept becoming like paste. It was really nasty.
Spokesperson
Yeah,
from
like,
on the ground perspective.
That's the first
that it
time
would
I've
be
heard
for them to
someone
try
do
and
that.
find
Like,
a
I
way
don't
of
mash it,
including
I
the
just
perspective
cut it
of
up.
silence.
Yeah, no,
Whether out of
well,
choice
she doesn't
or
mash
simply
it, but
because
she,
what we end up with is
when
an
she doesn't mash it, she puts it on a cutting board and she
entirely
smashes it with the fucking potato masher.
towards the people who are ostensibly its central focus. Let's turn now to the fourth of Herman.
Somebody told me to use a
filters,
whisk.
Flack and the enforcers. To recap, this
Yeah,
refers
like,
to the way
look
in
it
which
up so
those
you
with the
get, like,
most
what is
wealth
it,
and
the
power
deviled
in
egg
our
stuff?
society are able to
yolk
astroturf
that you
outrage
You just,
campaigns
like,
at media
smash
outlets
it.
as a way of reprimanding them for producing
But I
coverage
thought
which
it,
they
that
don't
like fluffs it.
This is again
Yeah,
highly
so, I mean,
relevant.
is that what they do for
At
deviled
least
eggs?
since the
No, they
2016
whip
Brexit
it,
referendum,
and you, I
the
think you
BBC has
use
been
like
the subject of a
milk
protracted campaign by
or
the
something to make it pasty.
who have sought to castigate
I looked it up not
Russia
long
for
ago.
supposed
I want to make some.
I never
following
tried
the
the
general election in December 2019.
They're really good, honestly. Like if you put like a little bit of cayenne pepper.
Operation was inundated with feedback from
I'll
members of
try
the
it one
public
day,
who
but
felt
like
its
I don't know,
coverage
like
was skewed.
I made them for
maybe use it and
Caitlin's
stuff.
baby shower
For
for
reference,
Charlie.
this is an election campaign in which the BBC
I'm just putting it aside.
accidentally edited
Stuff
out
like
the
that,
sound
I
of
really
an
don't
audience
like it.
laughing at Boris
It's really not
Johnson
hard
during the
for me to
debate.
I make them pretty, so I put them in a piping bag,
Accidentally replaced embarrassing
and I
footage
make
of
them
Johnson
like
placing a
all
wreath
swirly and
upside down,
twirly,
or memorial with footage of him placing a different wreath in 2016,
whipped
and in which the BBC's
fetus.
political editor, Laura Kuenssberg,
Mhm.
orchestrated a
That's
Twitter
essentially what
fight
it
with
is.
the father of a hospitalized child
So whipped
after he
fetus.
confronted Johnson in hospital. Because the same newspapers also
Just
reported
eat
out the
fucking
same
abortions.
fabricated story about a Labour activist, punching a Conservative
Oh
advisor,
god.
and the potential
Okay, wait, I missed all of that.
suggesting that the results of
I wonder if
postal
people try to
voting
make
were
it with
looking grim for Labour days before in-person voting had even
eggs
begun.
that had the sperm in it. What are they called?
The idea of the BBC's coverage was in any
That's
way
true, baby.
No, like chicken eggs. Some people buy it with
published in 2015, however, found that many who viewed the BBC as being biased.
I have no idea.
like there's a rooster
Partiality
around,
of others.
and they collect the
Such
eggs
as
anyways
newspapers.
and sell them, and
Fertilize?
yeah,
Actually
fertilizer.
appears on
You buy
is less
fertilizer.
important than
Oh,
how
okay,
coverage is
what's the
then
difference?
discussed in the papers the following
Usually,
day.
like when
You
you
hear
eat
newspapers are
the chick
overwhelmingly
or something
right-wing,
like that,
and
you just,
particularly in the last few years,
crunch it up.
constant word
Oh my god, no.
Yeah.
Oh my god, no. That's disgusting.
Leftism,
Yeah, it's like
Fuck
a
no.
fertilized
the
egg.
remainery
It's
here.
Oh my god, I never want to eat meat like ever again. Like I
In the
hate.
previous
Well,
section,
chicken
I
eggs
suggested
regular
that the
ones
US
we get,
media,
they're not
so it seems from the
fertilized, so
outside at least,
it's
They're
just
like
fairly
dead
tolerant in the face of the
fetuses.
fake news
Literally, yeah,
flack
it's
campaign which has been waged against
the
them by
beginning
Donald
of
Trump
what a
and his
fetus is. If they
The
can
BBC,
hold it in
however,
your
has
hand,
not
Yeah.
been
but
so
because you
considerate.
can't, it's in a hard shell.
Combined with the
It's
influence of
to
its
say
need to
that.
keep the current
That's all it
conservative
is.
government
Yeah.
on side,
You could probably
in order
take
to
yours out
protect
and
its
like
primary
I could
fucking
probably
make
keep
like
my own
an
penis.
The
egg
BBC
like
has
that.
responded to this
You could
pressure.
just
Well, I have
by
plopped out
becoming
eggs,
more
right?
involved
Well, it's just like you just leave the little egg inside and put it in an eggshell.
This report is a
No wonder chickens are always so like upset. Imagine being like fucking. Yeah, it must be terrible. It must be painful all the time.
There's the papers at the heart of these flat campaigns, and those papers.
The life of the chicken is terrible.
All of this hopefully allows us to see how the meaning which this report attributes to the event
It's that bad.
focuses on is heavily influeed by the filters
Still find the remote.
Chomsky. Each has in some way informed the way that the people in that
Jacko.
boat featured at the beginning of the broadcast and the
Jackie Brown. I just like all of that.
Writing for the Columbia Journalism Review, Matthew Ingram has suggested that while the Washington Post has published articles which are not entirely flattering of Amazon, there is a sense that it sometimes pulls its punches, treating the company more favorably than it might treat others. In a broader sense, we have to be aware that media organizations are themselves companies that operate within and benefit from.
That's what I was saying the other day. The only people who are actually like companies that are working are companies that monitor their own fucking workings. Like,
system. The second of Herman and Chomsky's proposed filters is the advertising license to do business. This filter highlights that news outlets of all forms are highly reliant on advertising revenue. Even if one pays for a newspaper or a news channel, this often doesn't even cover the cost of operation. Advertising is thus an important revenue stream for most media companies. The result, write Herman and Chomsky, is that with advertising, the free market does not yield a neutral system in which final buyer choice decides. The advertiser's choices influence media prosperity and survival. In short, media entities do not only live or die based on whether they appeal to the general public or not, but also on how they appeal to advertisers. Again, it's not necessarily the case that Nestle will refuse to advertise in the commercial breaks of a newscast unless they promise never to say that Smarties are anything but delicious. But in a broader sense, that advertisers are less likely to seek out and advertise with broadcasters or publications too critical of the various economic, cultural, social, and political structures from which they benefit. In truth, this is not always entirely motivated by a desire to defend capitalism. It is as likely to be influenced by the fact that news coverage which focuses too heavily on ingrained systemic injustice is pretty unlikely to put people in a buying mood. Either way, the result is that it tends to be far easier to attract advertisers by defending the status quo than by criticizing. Herman and Chomsky titled their third filter, Sourcing Mass Media News. This filter highlights the fact that news organizations have to get their news from somewhere. And, write Herman and Chomsky, the media cannot afford to have reporters and cameras at all places where important stories might break. Economics dictates that they concentrate their resources where significant news often occurs, where important rumours and leaks abound, and where regular press conferences are held. Newspapers and broadcasters in the US, for example, will, for reasons of ease, usually have reporters who are permanently based at the White House, the Pentagon, and the New York Stock Exchange. And on the one hand, this means that they are constantly present, ready to ask questions about any controversies that occur in relation to these loci of power. The flip side, however, is that it means that the people who work for governments and corporations have far greater access to the press than anyone else. They are thus far more easily able to announce stories which are favourable to them. It also leads to a situation in which the media end up working closely with representatives from these organisations, and thus become hesitant to do anything which might sour those relationships. Take, for example, the fact that many local news organisations will have reporter job it is to cover the local police force. Their ability to do their job well is reliant on that police force continuing to feed them stories.
No, the swollen again.
Critical of the local police force risks making them less likely to do so. When a big arrest is made or a significant crime committed, that force might decide to notify another reporter first. While having reporters stationed in the halls of power might provide an opportunity to question those institutions, then This close relationship between the media and those with power often ends up working to the benefit of the latter, not to the detriment. The fourth filter is flank and the inner forces. This refers to the manner in which those with economic, political, and cultural power are able to essentially astroturf campaigns of outrage against news outlets if they deem themselves to have been reported on in an unflattering way. Nowhere has this been more apparent in recent years than in Donald Trump's accusations of fake news. Trump has constantly encouraged his reporters to act with hostility to reporters critical of him and to boycott the outlets that they work. In this case, the media has proven relatively resilient, absorbing this flack and continuing on regardless. As we'll see shortly, however, in other cases, such campaigns can prove highly effective, encouraging news agencies to desist from covering certain topics in the future in order to avoid having the hassle of having to firefight these outrage campaigns. The final filter in Herman and Chomsky's propaganda system is anti-communism as a control mechanism. This final filter emphasizes the way in which Red Scare tactics are used to paint even mild, liberal critiques of the US, its government, and the capitalist system in which it functions as being anti-patriotic, verging on outright evil. Herman and Chomsky write that even liberals, often accused of being pro-communist or insufficiently anti-communist, are kept continuously on the defensive in a cultural milieu in which anti-communism is the dominant religion. As we've seen in the coverage surrounding the socialist and social democrat politicians who have risen to prominence in the past few years, the end of the Cold War has not ended this need for journalists to prove their anti-communist credentials in their work. Being too heavily critical of the US government or American capitalism more broadly is therefore heavily discouraged. Even when the media points to instances of injustice, it is often hesitant to attribute them to ingrained structural phenomena. Herman and Chomsky's goal in outlining these 5 filters was to articulate how a capitalist media industry, devoid of formal censorship, can still operate in a manner not dissimilar to propaganda. A key focus throughout manufacturing consent, for example, is the way that these filters encourage the US media to uncritically support US foreign policy positions every bit as jingoistically as would be the case were it to be owned and operated by the government itself. Let's take this propaganda model then and use it to contextualize that BBC News night report in order that we can gain a deeper, more politicized understanding of how the news works and of how consent gets made.
My hair's retarded.
Comfy.
I look like a cockatoo.
Looks like it's waking up.
When it gets in this growing up. I don't know why that's what I thought of. Oh, yes. I like this.
I'm sorry, brother.
Can you just eat it?
I just want things to be the way they used to be.
What the fuck? Is this Fast and the Furious?
My wife used this. This is real life. How's that right? Put your life down the line.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
How much do you need? 231. How about more? 32 million. I need an extra minute. I came here for a loan. Look, have I ever gotten anything that could get you out of? It's time for you to do something for your family.
Okay, I could care less. I don't.
Flavor of cultural chauvinism. Can you explain what that is? What is cultural chauvinism?
Ha ha!
Well, the new program is entitled Culture and Citizenship in Quebec. So it's normal to talk about culture and citizenship here in Quebec. For the culture, it's important for us to bring students to appreciate and
You know what? I
understand
agree.
culture with the emphasis on Quebec.
We
Culture.
no,
Not
yeah,
only
we should.
culture, but culture with the emphasis on
With
Quebec
like
culture.
the indigenous fucking genocide and
What is
how we continue to take their kids away from their mothers and how French people lost the war and they're pissed off and
where
You guys continuously say that you're going to preserve heritage places, and what just so happens to be the area of the fur trading post.
Of course, we're not New
Like-
York, we're not Vermont, we're not Ontario, we're not New Brunswick. We have a Quebec way of life.
I think the old
We have
trading
our
post here is
artists,
right around,
francophone, and
Mercier
anglophone.
Bridge on the
Yeah,
west
We
the
side.
canal.
our
And it's all
cultural
fucking, it's
legacy.
been construction for like
That's the culture.
past 3
here in
years,
Quebec.
2-3 years.
We are not ashamed to share this culture with our kids.
You should be. You should be ashamed of that.
Bonjour! I believe I have the displeasure of speaking with the Marquis and the Marquise de Pamplemousse. It is my solemn duty to inform you that the Committee de Public Safety has pronounced you cancelled. Et moi, and the grande mob, which is waiting just around the corner, have come to transport you to Paris, where you will be made.
Yo, what is this?
Is that meant to be a French accent?
Well, this is the most cringe thing I've watched all day.
Is this like a Borat kind of thing? Is this supposed to be ironic?
First!
My great grandma actually died in the French Revolution. So sorry if I'm failing to see the humour here.
Does anyone know what yikes is in French?
Long-time subscriber here, and yeah, I'm really not sure about this.
Yeah, sorry, Tom, but I think maybe you should rethink this one.
Oh, shit. Few ideas have captured the collective imagination of the internet in the past year or so, more than that of cancel culture. For the uninitiated, the broad idea is that the contemporary internet, and in some formulations society more broadly, has become an increasingly hostile, uncompromising and censorious place. Say the wrong thing, or even the right thing, but in the wrong way, or at the wrong time, and one runs the risk of being cancelled. Set upon by an outraged online mob who won't stop until you've lost your job, your friends, your family, and been fully exiled from public life. Debate over this supposed phenomenon reached boiling point in July of 2020, when an open letter titled A Letter on Justice and Open Debate, written by the New York Times Magazine journalist Thomas Chatterton Williams, and signed by 152 journalists, writers, and academics, appeared in the American publication Harper's Magazine. Although not using the phrase cancel culture itself, the letter hit all the main beats of the same argument, warning that the free exchange of information and ideas, the lifeblood of liberal society, is daily becoming more constricted. Continuing that, while we have come to expect this on the radical right, censoriousness is also spreading more widely in our culture. In fact, at a time when America, the country in which the vast majority of the signatories are based, was witnessing a brutal crackdown on freedom of expression through popular protest by right-wing politicians and police chiefs, it was mostly online social justice advocates, which the letter implied represented an existential threat to the body politic. One aspect of the letter which stood out, given the urgency of its language, was its lack of reference to specific incidents. It contained several vague allusions to books being withdrawn for alleged inauthenticity, and journalists being barred from writing on certain topics, and readers with a bit of time on their hands could likely decode some of the events to which these allusions referred by looking over the list of those who had signed. Nevertheless, it is remarkable that a letter which stated that it is now all too common to hear calls for swift and severe retribution in response to perceived transgressions of speech and thought, refused to outright name any of these apparently oh-so-common events. The vagueness of what has since become known in some quarters simply as the Harper's letter is fairly representative of discussions surrounding cancel culture. Those making the case that we should be worried about this supposed phenomenon are quick to diagnose what Jürgen Habermas calls the public sphere, with a malignant disease, but much slower to point to any specific symptoms of that ailment. In fact, as appeared to be the case with the Harper's letter, When the phrase cancel culture is invoked, there is often the sense that the person raising it does so precisely so that they don't have to engage with the specificities of a particular incident. There are several reasons why proponents of the idea that cancelling is a widespread phenomenon that we should be deeply worried about might prefer to talk about a broad, supposedly cultural issue at the direct expense of focusing on any specific so-called cancellings themselves. We'll touch upon some of these reasons in the course of this video. There's a specific thread which I want to pull upon as a means to unravelling this recent anxiety about cancel culture, however, and that is its frequent engagement of the figure of the mob. The phrases mob rule and mob mentality crop up frequently in opinion pieces and articles discussing cancel culture. In fact, as I was writing this video, Rowan Atkinson, the actor who plays Mr. Bean, Blackadder, and Johnny English, told the UK magazine The Radio Times that what we have now is the digital equivalent of the medieval mob roaming the streets looking for someone to burn. Where the word mob itself doesn't appear, the broader idea is surely there. At the heart of what we might call the cancel culture hypothesis is the idea that all of us are at constant risk of unwittingly angering a merciless online mass which is untamable and unrelenting, a faceless digital crowd which is prone to whipping itself up into a frenzy and which knows no limit in the destruction it can cause. In doing so, proponents of the cancel culture hypothesis tap into a powerful and ingrained cultural idea. The mob, and the notion that individuals who find themselves within a crowd have a tendency to lose all sense of reason and become prone to engaging in extreme, violent acts, is a long-standing trope. And it's also one which has been frequently invoked in the past year or so in relation to physical, peaceful or otherwise, as crowds have once again become a central force in our politics. In fact, the cultural trope of the frenzied mob is central to anxieties over cancel culture. It is in many ways our learned fear of the uncontrollable mob which gives the cancel culture hypothesis its power. In order to unpack this proposed contemporary phenomenon, I therefore want to begin by exploring the origins of the idea of the mob itself. We'll come back to call-outs and cancellations shortly, but first, let me transport you back to the 19th century and the birth of the mob.
Cool.
Watching the sunrise. This time for me to put your life back on the bookshelf. Remember what you said.
N'oubliez pas que pour sourire à la journée, ça prend un bon déjeuner.
Hello. It's my 17th attempt to record this. I'm not used to speaking from the heart without a script. So by now, most of you will have seen my most recent video. And if you haven't, you've probably seen some of the controversy that it's provoked. Oh God, it's raining. Of course it's raining. So I just wanted to make a quick video to address the situation because I think some people might have got the wrong end of the baguette.
Oh, like scratching.
Many of you will know that I've been trying to take creative risks with my videos lately, and that's really difficult for me because I just have all these amazing creative ideas coming at me all the time. I just have to bat them away, like, get away from me, amazing idea, get away, I can't use you. Sometimes this is going to mean that ideas which are less good or maybe too powerful that you can't appreciate them are going to slip through. And so I want to apologize. Okay? The particular creative direction that my last video went in was too much for me. You know, I deeply regret putting something out there into the world which some of you clearly weren't ready for. You know, that's my fault. That is my fault. That is on me. You know, I love all of you, every single one. I love my subscribers. I love those of you who have yet to make the life-changing and mind-expanding decision to click subscribe and ring that bell. I love you whether you smash like or whether you haven't worked out how to do that yet. Hell, I love you whether or whether not you've been to patreon.com/TomNicholas to sign up to support the channel, or getting early access to my videos and more, or whether Patreon's your favourite in your region. I guess the main point is that I'm sorry. And in the future, I'll try not to put out videos which are just so ahead of the curve. It's important to begin by acknowledging that, at least in periods where there has existed some density of living, there have always been mobs with one form or another. In their beautifully composed video essay, Crowds and Massive Riots, the late Guy and late Kyle highlights that the crowd was an important force in the politics of the Republic. Senators proposing policies would often find themselves supported, tested by throngs and plebs and peasants. These crowds would regularly turn violence, and even when they didn't, it was always the implicit threat of violence which gave them their power. Yet, while they were certainly viewed as an inconvenience to those they opposed,
You are the biggest baby.
not viewed as irrational, exceptional, but was in many regards an accepted part
What's
of
he
the
doing up here?
process. As Kyle puts it, what modern eyes may interpret as a mob was to the Romans something that was regular to divisive society.
What happened?
Role to play in politics. In a society in which few of those assembled in these crowds had any real place in the formal political system, it was taken as a given that it was through physically gathering to show their collective power that they would express themselves. The specific idea of the mob, as it has passed down to us today as irrational, uncontrollable, and as an intrinsic threat to public order, is a product of what Alex Hobsbawm refers to as the dual revolution of the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The first of these revolutions was the Industrial Revolution, in which first Britain and subsequently other countries leapt from being largely agrarian and artisanal societies to ones which revolved around mechanized production. One impact upon many of the Industrial Revolution was an unprecedented change in the size and geography of the population. Census data shows that between 1801 and 1851, the population of England more than doubled. Moreover, people began to be more and more concentrated in cities. As Clifford Stott and Jerry write, industrialization created an explosion in the scale of urban society. For the first time in history, large urban populations emerged.
See, it's nothing running water, no? I think it smells like what?
The following takes place between 2:30.
I hate you. What?
my skull, and it does exist. Here, let me show you. This is a thing called a present. The whole thing starts with a box. Does it stay in a box? Is it filled with a box? A box, not like a box. Just the box with bright colored paper. And the whole thing's come to the bowl.
Oh, wow, how ugly. What's in it? What's in it?
Why does a thing not to know?
It's a bat.
It's a bat. Great. Perhaps it's the head that I found in the lake. Listen now.
You don't understand. That's not the point of Christmas Land.
Now pay attention. We pick it over slice up.
Okay, like this on the wall.
Oh yes, does it still have a foot?
Let me see. Let me look. Is it rotting and covered with gut?
Let me explain.
Let me
There's no
explain.
foot inside, but there's candy.
Sometimes it's filled with small toys.
Toys, do they bite? They snap or explode in a sack? Perhaps they just spring out and snap with the bullets.
This Christmas sounds fun.
Everyone, please, not so fast. There's something happened you don't quite grasp. He's and the best, I must confess, I have saved for the last, for the ruler of this Christmas land. Is a fearsome king with a deep, mighty voice. At least that's what I've come to understand. And I've also heard it told that there's something to behold, like a lobster, huge and red. When he sets out to slay with his reindeer on, carting bulging sacks with his great arms. That's a soul I've heard it said. And on a dark, cold night, like a full moonlight, he flies into the fog like a vulture in the sky. And they call him Sandy Claus. They don't understand. And a special kind of feeling in Christmas land. Oh, There's got to be a logical way to explain this Christmas thing.
You poisoned me for the last time, you wretched girl. Oh, my head. The door is open. Oh, Jack Skellington. Good day, boy.
Doctor! I need to borrow some equipment.
Is that so? Whatever for?
I'm conducting a series of experiments.
Oh, perfectly marvelous. Curiosity killed the cat, you know.
I know.
Come on into the lab and we'll get you all fixed up. Experiments?
Yeah.
Interesting reaction. But what does it mean?
You gotta sleep somewhere in your body. But you're sleeping on a hip right now. Yeah, look at that.
Hey, we even walk the same.
Come out now if you promise to behave. Johnny. Johnny. It's on again.
Hello, ladies, if they get into trouble. Big problems.
No, fucking problems don't arise when fucking big scary boyfriend is standing there as like a fucking bulldog. No, literally, you don't even do anything. Just your presence, people literally don't even look in my general vicinity. If you're not, like, when you're not around, people are all up in my shit. Fucking annoying. Even though we're doing the same fucking thing. I want to say shit to you. Something's up with Jack. Something's up with Jack. I love the fucking vampires.
The sun's right there, vampires. Like,
But they're not the way inside. Hope he hasn't died.
Something's up with Jack. Something's up with Jack.
Christmas time is buzzing in my skull. When it let me be, I cannot tell. There are so many things I cannot grasp. But I think I got it them last.
My bony fingers is
like a snowflake in a fiery grip.
something here I'm not quite getting. Like a memory long since past. Vernon's been gone in a flash. What does it mean? What does it mean?
In this little bric-a-brac.
The secret's waiting to be cracked. These thousand toys
Confusing me so. Oh no, I love it now.
Simple objects,
Nothing more,
but something's hidden through a door. I
do not have the key.
Something's here I cannot see. What does it mean?
What does it mean?
What does it mean?
I've read this Christmas book so many times.
I know the story.
And I know the rhymes.
I know the Christmas carols
all by heart. My skull's so full it's tearing me apart. He's so melodramatic.
So hard to put my bony finger on. Or perhaps it's really not just
Jesus, I like to think. Am I trying much too hard?
Of course, I'm getting close to see.
The answer's right in front of me.
Right in front of me. It's simple,
very clear, like music drifting in the air, invisible, but everywhere.
Just because I cannot see it
doesn't mean I can't believe it.
You know, I think
this Christmas thing is not as tricky as it seems.
Why should they have all the fun?
It should belong to anyone, not to anyone in fact but me, or I can build a Christmas tree.
There's no reason I can find I couldn't have a Christmas life.
I'm gonna claim food is not exactly what I'll do.
Eureka! This year, Christmas will be ours! The front of the line. What the noise is that?
So maybe.
Perhaps it can be improved.
No problem.
I knew it.
That's where I get that from.
Thank you.
That's where I get it from.
We need some of these.
Their construction should be exceedingly simple, I think.
How horrible our Christmas will be. No. How jolly.
Oh, how jolly our Christmas will be.
What are you doing here?
Sent for us specifically by name. Lock, shop, barrel. It's Boogie Boys.
Ah, Halloween's finest trick or treaters. The job I have for
A little
you is
murder.
tough.
Get out of people.
It requires craft.
That's what they do, man.
Absolutely
They
no
sacrificed
one is
him
to
to
know about
Oogie.
it, not a soul. Now,
They're basically a cult of children fucking soldiers.
leave that no account Oogie Boogie out of this.
They were alive, they died, and now they sacrificed.
That'd be cool. I bet there is like a whole lore to fucking Nightmare Before Christmas. I watched the 106 Things to Know. Shouldn't have missed the Santa Claus. I want to do it. What's the straws? That should be should work together. For your time, but it's better now forever.
Throw away the key and then turn off all the lights. First, we're going to set some heat inside the nasty trap and wait. When he comes sniffing, we will snap the trap and close the gate.
A better plan to catch a bigger less man.
Let's pop him in a boiling pot, and when he's done, we'll butter him up.
We got the Santa Claus throwing in the box. Very hip for 90 years, dancing in big talks.
And Mr. Oogie Boogieman.
And take the whole thing over there.
First, did you declare that he was fucking there?
Say that we take a cannon
Aiming at the door and then nothing. Santa Claus will be no more. Stupid thing. We blow him up to smithereens. We may lose some pieces and then Jack will beat us black and green. The guy around the park we're on this bucket list. Get out of town. Seems like a success. That he'll reward us too, I'll bet. Perhaps he'll make a special brew. Or snake and spiders too. We take our job with pride. Just to please him and stay on his good side. I wish my cohorts weren't so dumb. You're the dumb one. Are no fun. Shut up, Mickey. Listen now, this one is real good. You'll see. That's such a creepy fucking bathtub.
We can totally make a Halloween
Oogie Boogie?
We'll have a bathtub. It's like me and you and like it's like a doll or something.
Something
like this. Like you be the front of the tub, I'll be the ass end of the tub. You just walk around
That's silly.
How about
with the like you have the thing swinging in the front with the choppers and like
There's a person in it.
Max? Fantastic! Now, why don't you all practice on that, and we'll be in great shape. Sally, I need you more than anything.
You certainly do, Jack. I have the most terrible vision.
That's splendid.
No, there was no Christmas. There was smoke and fire.
That's not my Christmas. My Christmas is filled with laughter and joy and this.
My Santa Claus.
Outfit. I want you to make it.
Jack, please listen to me. It's going to be a disaster.
How could it be? Just follow the pattern. This part's red. The trim is white.
It's a mistake, Jack.
Now, don't be modest. Who else is clever enough to make my Santa Claus outfit? I have every confidence in you.
But it seems wrong to me.
Very wrong.
This device is called a nutcracker.
Jack! We got him! We got him!
Perfect! Open it up, quickly. That's not Santa Claus.
Bunny!
Not Santa Claus. Take him back. Followed your instructions. We went through the door. Which door? There's more than one. Santa Claus is behind the door shaped like this.
I told you!
I'm very sorry for the inconvenience, sir. Take him home first. And apologize again. Be careful with Santa Claus when you fetch him. Treat him nicely.
We'll get it right next time.
You will be a decided improvement over the delicious Sally. Master. The plan.
Igor's just face fucking, not an ass man. No one wants to look at that fucking humpback. It said no one wants to look at that humpback. It's not worth this time. It's so fun.
It's ours. Hope that children be surprised. It's ours this time. I do give them something fun. They'll talk about for years to come. Let's have a cheerful everyone. Christmas Eve and Christmas. Snakes and mice get wrapped up so nice. With spiders and pretty holes. Ours is mine. All together, that's and this. All our tricks will make you Christmas time. Here comes Jack. I don't believe what's happening to me. My hopes, my dream, my fantasy. Impressed, I am a genius. See how I transform this old rat into a most delightful hat. Oh my compliments will be to you. It is your most intriguing. Consider the substitute in the back of the base missile rat. But that's all wrong. This thing will never lay the present. It's been dead for much too long. Try something fresher. Something pleasant. Try again. Don't give up. All together, and this faith for our tricks will make it Christmas time.
Kathleen, Bobby, Susie. Yeah, Susie's been nice. 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 We're hardly getting naughty children this year. No, let me.
Trick or treat.
It could be more wonderful.
But you're the pumpkin king.
Not anymore. I feel so much better.
Jack, I know there's something missing.
Sorry. What? Something is missing. What? The beard, the coat, the boots.
Jack! This time he's bad. This time he really did. He sure is big, Jack. And happy.
That way. Santa Claus. In person. What a pleasure to meet you. Oh, but you have hands.
Yeah.
You don't have claws at all. Surprised, aren't you? I knew you would be. You don't need to have enough to worry about Christmas this year. Consider this vacation cool. It's your turn to take it easy. See that he's comfortable. Just a second, though. Of course. That's what I'm missing. Thanks. You just have to ho. Where are we going now? Ho, ho, ho.
This is worse than I thought. Much worse.
Oh. Oh. Me on vacation? On Christmas Eve?
Where are we taking them? Where? To Oogie Boogie, of course. There isn't anywhere in the whole world more comfortable than that. And Jack said to make it comfortable, didn't he? Yes, he did.
Haven't you heard of peace on earth and goodwill toward men?
No!
This will stop Jack.
Poison him. Nah, it's gonna fog him out. So he can't fly.
We'll have conversations worth having.
Oh.
Do this.
Naughty children never get any presents.
No, he's not. If he can go down a chimney, he can fit down here.
Oh, yes. I hugged the shit out of Oogie Boogie at Comic-Con. I think I actually scared him. Yeah, because I screamed. And I just attacked him. And I was just like, you feel terrible! I'm really scared. What it's talking about. You're joking. You're joking. I can't believe my eyes. You're joking me. You gotta be. This can't be the right guy. He's ancient. He's ugly. I don't know which is worse. I don't die laughing first. Mr. Oogie Boogie says it's trouble close at hand. You better pay attention now, 'cause I'm the boogeyman. And if you aren't shaken, then there's something very wrong. 'Cause this may be the last time you hear the boogie song. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm the Oogie Boogie Man. You must face the dire consequences. The children are expecting me, so please come to your senses. You're joking. You're joking. I can't believe my ears. Someone shot this fella. I'm drowning my tears. I'm laughing. You really are too much. With your permission, I'm going to do my stuff. What are you going to do? I'm going to do the best I can. Cause I'm a good man, although I don't prepare. When I was on the line, not mine, of course, but yours, oh boy, that'd be just fine. Reach me first, you will have to answer for this heinous act. You put me in a spin. You aren't comprehending the position that you're in. You're finished. You haven't got a breath. Cause I'm Mr. Oogie Boogie, and you ain't going nowhere. Fucking psychotic little shits. Look.
Think of us as you soar triumphantly through the sky, outshining every star. Your silhouette of dark blood on the moon.
My dog is like Jack. No, wait. That was actually my dog's face, though.
The souls of the living. Oh no! We can't take this. The reindeer can't see an inch in front of their noses. This fog's as thick as jelly bread. Jelly bread. Think of us as you soar triumphant through the sky, outshining every star.
Look, it's my dog.
A dark black. You are our pride. You are our glory. You who have frightened millions into an early grave. You who have devastated the souls of the living. Oh no! We can't take this. The reindeer can't see an inch in front of their noses. This fog's as thick as jelly bread. Oh, there go all my hopes, my precious plans, my glorious dreams.
There goes Christmas.
Nose down. My, what a brilliant nose you have. The better to light my way. To the head of the team, Zero.
Wait, Jack! No! Bye, Jack. There's Jack.
Oh.
Evanescence does cover
I
this.
sense there's something in the wind that feels like tragedies at hand.
Next time she confused.
Yeah.
Think so? No?
I like your face.
That I had. Past is just around the bend, and as you notice, my hand is forward. When we see how much she means to me, I think it's not easy. What will become of my dear friend? Where will his actions lead us then? Am I right to join the crowd in their enthusiastic crowd? Try as I may, doesn't last.
Oh, I thought that was teaching too, Sophie. Wait, where are you?
Santa!
That's why it put rugs on stairs so it doesn't leak as much.
Wait, what?
You put rug on stairs
Yeah.
so it doesn't leak as much.
Merry Christmas! And what is your name? That's all right. I have a special present for you. Anyway, there you go, Sonny. Oh,
And what did Santa bring you, honey?
Merry Christmas!
Hello, police. Attacked by Christmas toys?
Part of his psyche, which prioritizes high-minded ideals such as morality, still holds considerable sway. I've already discussed the manner in which we might read Murray Franklin as a kind of stand-in for a father within Arthur's mind. Yet Arthur finds other father figures throughout the film. The clearest is Thomas Wayne, who, for a time at least, he believes to be his biological father. Randall, too, however, also plays a father-like role to Arthur. He refers to Arthur as my boy, and when Randall first gives Arthur the gun, there is an extent to which he is actually trying to help him. It is not only a gun that Randall gives Arthur. As Freud argued was the role of the father figure, the gift of a gun is also symbolic of the gift of a moral framework. It is a very different moral framework to that which Murray Franklin subscribes. Randall is implicitly suggesting here that it is okay to shoot someone in self-defense. Yet it is a moral framework nonetheless. As he swings between different replacements for his absent father, then Arthur's superego also swings between different moral understandings of the world. Between Arthur's